Picard must race to stop a savage transformation on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Counselor Troy falls prey to an alien's seductive powers.
Strength comes from love.
I have no intention of releasing her now or ever.
And a startling metamorphosis releases jealous rage.
I need you. Deanna's condition is deteriorating rapidly.
Will Troy pay the ultimate price for unbridled passion?
Counselor Troy is dying.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Seductive alien powers force Troy to pay the ultimate price on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Struck by a lethal blow,
He's in cardiac arrest.
with little hope for survival, Picard journeys to the other side.
Welcome to the afterlife, Jean-Luc. You're dead.
Now Q offers him man's ultimate desire to change his own destiny. But will he alter the past to stay alive?
I gave you something most mortals never experience.
Or die on the operating table next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. When Picard's life hangs by a thread, the evil Q controls his destiny on Star Trek: The Next Generation. A harmless game becomes a dangerous addiction,
What if someone's trying to use the game for some purpose other than pleasure?
and the crew fall victim to its evil hypnotic powers.
We can't trust anyone anymore, not even the captain.
Can Wesley rescue the crew from total mind control, or is he next?
We've got him, Captain.
High-tech nightmare on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. A harmless game becomes a dangerous addiction of mind control on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Commander Riker is invaded by an alien parasite.
My whole leg just went dead.
Their growth rate is doubled.
It's attacking his brain, and nothing can stop it.
Respiration is erratic, pulse grossly irregular, blood pressure almost nil.
Can anything save him from a tragic death?
Hang on, Will. Hang on.
Find out next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. An alien parasite invades Riker and threatens his life on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Killer parasite on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. An enterprise from the past rips through time and alters the future.
I'm supposed to be dead.
Now, Lieutenant Yar lives again to help the crew fight a devastating battle.
This war's not supposed to be happening. You've got to send those people back to correct this.
And one courageous team must die to save the Federation from destruction on Star Trek: The Next Generation. A time warp alters the future, forcing the crew to fight a devastating war on Star Trek: The Next Generation. A future of war on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation, Picard faces his most difficult mission, the long journey home.
Seem to have made a rather disturbing discovery.
Family reunion takes a twisted turn,
What the devil happened to you up there?
turning brothers into bitter rivals.
I even enjoyed bullying you. Damn you!
A tragic homecoming on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Picard journeys home to face a bitter family reunion on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
A miracle turns a fictional character into real live flesh and blood.
As far as I can tell, he's real.
According to the laws of physics, this is impossible.
But this new life form possesses a criminal mind,
I'm afraid I had no choice but to take control of your vessel.
and his ruthless power puts the entire ship in jeopardy.
Unless we move to a safe distance, this vessel will be destroyed.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. A fictional criminal comes to life and endangers the entire Enterprise on Star Trek: The Next Generation. The Enterprise has taken on a life of its own
I believe the Enterprise may be forming an intelligence.
and is turning fantasy into real-life danger.
You're saying the ship is under the control of the holodeck?
Now, can anyone regain control of the Enterprise
I don't know if we can stop the ship.
before it sacrifices the entire crew?
There's an earthquake!
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. The Enterprise takes on a life of its own and is turning fantasy into real-life danger. Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Picard.
On the next episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. A tragic accident exposes the crew to a savage alien race.
Crusher to Enterprise. Medical emergency.
Riker leads a secret mission to save a dying team member.
Riker, stop!
We will keep Troy captive.
But Picard must sacrifice his life for Troy.
He will kill me.
Father, no!
On Star Trek: The Next Generation. A secret rescue mission endangers Consular Troy on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Death target on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Lieutenant Worf is reunited with his lost love.
I've never had such strong feelings toward anyone.
Two brave warriors test the courage of their private passions.
We are mated.
I am not going to become your wife!
Now, they must join forces to prevent a Klingon attack.
Drop your shields.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation. Worf joins forces with his lost love to stop a Klingon attack on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Klingons at war on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Next time
On a devastated ship,
Enterprise, extend shields.
two lives vanish into thin air,
Where are they?
leaving only one tragic conclusion.
You're dead, Geordi.
They're caught in a ghostly limbo,
It's like I'm here, but I'm not here.
faced with the threat from beyond the grave.
Do not move.
Row! Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. 2 lives vanish into thin air and are trapped in a deadly limbo.
We are not dead.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Hey ho, everyone! How are we doing? We're back once again for some more Star Trek, and we've got one of our best friends of all time.
Thank you.
Classic Timelines Talks veteran, still playing Star Trek Timelines. BigMcLargeHuge.
Yeah, all of that is, I think, kind of unfortunately true. But yes, yeah.
How have you been, my friend? It's been a while since we've spoken. Actually, it's been some time. You did your big time on Jeopardy, and then you just swanned off. Drinking it up with all your celebrity Jeopardy friends, and
How I wish that were true. No, it's just that life got tremendously busy. Basically right alongside all of that, and but it's looking like there may be a chance for us to be together a little more regularly in the future. So I'm hopefully that'll...
Don't break my heart now. Please let it be true.
I spoke it into existence, and that's on me. So, but no, I'm really glad to be back. I've missed this tremendously.
Well, we've missed you.
We have. Also, Stars and Otto are here, but So, Big, you weren't here when we did the big draft. So, since you're re-arrived, we thought we'd give you the chance to draft some episodes that you haven't, that you haven't had a chance. So, this is outside of our previous draft before, but we will include you in future. So you've chosen 2 episodes for us tonight. You've chosen Up the Long Ladder and Who Watches the Watchers, TNG's finest.
Yeah, I figured for my first trip back, I just wanted to go all the way home. Let's do some early season TNG. Yeah. That's my home base. So
home base. All right. Shall we watch a trailer? We could do trailers now. So, Big, you might not be aware of the rule of 3 game we have. So these TNG trailers...
Definitely not.
Come in sets of 3. They have a long trailer, a slightly shorter trailer, and a very short trailer. And we watch the long trailer, and then we try and guess what the scene is they're going to use on the shorter ones. And usually it's hilarious. So we're going to play the long one, and then we're going to have a turn and guess and see what's going to be the clip. So this is the trailer for Up the Long Ladder, so let's go with that.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. A rescue mission uncovers a colony of clones facing extinction.
I was hoping that you would be willing to share some tissue samples.
You want to clone us?
And to keep their race alive, they're conducting
secret breeding
experiments on the crew.
Race alive!
We're desperate.
And that gave you the right to assault us, to rob us, and...
We have the right to survive.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh, that'll be it, yeah.
This is a very
shot.
I'll go with Riker shouting, I think. The right to survive.
So it is established that it's something taken from that teaser.
Yeah. Not necessarily.
We have had 1 or 2 instances of them taking something completely different in the 3rd round, but it's the exception and not the rule.
That's
part of the fun. You get to guess that as well. If you get the outside guess, then you're a big winner.
Can I just address the fact that this announcer is a bit...
There are some tissue samples.
You want to clone us?
And to keep their race alive, they're...
That keeps their race alive! Got very kind of Zap Brannigan there. I think it might be the needle.
Needle shot.
Yeah, I think it's the needle.
Yeah.
Riker.
All right, so we're just guessing the...
We're just guessing, yeah.
The stinger size.
What they're going to ground down on, yeah.
Okay, so because before we even looked at any of this, my guess was going to be, I don't remember the guy's name, but like the most Irish of the space.
Yeah, where are the Irish guys in this trailer?
They're
here.
They're not hitting them. They're ashamed.
Yeah, it's just him going. That was my guess. Yeah,
incredible.
All right,
all right. Let's move it on. It says number 2.
Crew is cloned on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
That's number 2.
Rubbing glass? That's your big...
Let's do that again. Let's watch that again. So what did he say?
The crew is cloned on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
The crew is cloned on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
All right, we're already locked in.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh no, there was only two. There was only two. I lied.
Oh my god.
I lied. Sorry. Why don't check these beforehand? So there was only two. So
because that would imply you do any kind of prep work on it.
I am glad to see the level of professionalism is exactly where I left it. So,
So we were all wrong. Congratulations.
I like that. So I think this stems, and this is always my favourite tale, is when we watched the trailer for The Perfect Mate. The final third teaser was literally just Kamala rubbing Picard's head, and then with da 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 da, and that was it. Okay. Pre-ratings, gentlemen. How are we going to pre-rate this? What do you think this episode's worth? And when was the last time you watched it? So, Big, start us off. How long has it been since you watched this episode?
Ooh, that is a fantastic question. It's probably because one of the things that my parents like to do is just turn on TNG, and it's like I've seen Encounter at Farpoint probably 100 times because they'll just start at the beginning. And they'll just turn on the first thing, season 1, episode 1. But I imagine that we probably got to Long Ladder, 2 or 3 times. So it's probably been, I don't know, 6-7 years maybe since we made it to that. So yeah, that's my guess.
And for a pre-race.
Sorry, what was the number?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I miss it?
I was digging into my past, man. I don't have time for math and ratings. So I'm hoping that we'll make it to a 4 out of 10 because I'm expecting this to be mostly bad, but I'm willing to be pleasantly surprised.
Interesting. I think I'm going to go with a 5. I know the Irish stuff is bad, but I think there's something in the clone. From what I remember, there's something in the clone storyline that's probably done better in other episodes, but there's like a seed of actual science fiction and not just Gene Roddenberry's ideas on cultural differences. So I'm optimistic 5, probably going to go lower. Stars.
Last time I watched this probably around about 2-3 years ago when I did my big watch through of TNG with Brody and Marie. It's been a while. It's not exactly an episode I watch compulsively. I'm gonna have fun, kind of tearing you down after our discussion of family not being real sci-fi. When this probably will be qualify as more sci-fi to you, and I'm like, buddy, because if I recall, this is like 85% Irish shenanigans and then 50% clone stuff. That's why I'm so surprised the trailer didn't show any Irish stuff, because that's the majority of the episode that I remember, and it's also not very good. I remember chickens, I remember Riker flirting, I remember Picard laughing in the cargo bay with straw everywhere. It's a predominantly dull episode, and what isn't dull is stereotypical. It's not racist. I don't even know if it quite edges into offensive. I'm not quite well educated enough on Irish matters to say that. But I think it is stereotypical. So I'm going to go with a 3. Maybe I'll be surprised and charmed.
Okay. Otto.
So I thoroughly enjoyed this episode. It's very memorable to me. It has some structural issues, and it has, yes, some stereotypical issues, but there's like a decent morality play in there about the writer claims abortion, which is something we don't talk a ton about, considering we're 4 white dudes. And I like it. Pulaski is good in this. Riker gets a lot to do in this. That banger line I thought I had is it's like one of the all-time great lines in Star Trek history for me. I'm going to pre-rate this to 7.5.
Interesting. All right. Let's start this off then. We've got a couple of episodes to get through tonight, so let's crack on. We're going to be starting up the long ladder, so power up your Paramount Pluses and put that DVD in its player and press play, because we're going to be starting in... Let me make sure I've got all my ducks in a row. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Still getting a lot of white noise from you, Big.
Okay.
Need to get some more volume. I can hear atmospheric noise, but...
Hang on. Oh.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. Apologies, I have just come.
Always count on Idle to lower the tone.
Not always me.
There we go, Big.
Yeah.
Like 95% of the time.
What was...
This plot goes nowhere, really, but...
What's that noise?
He's about to
himself
tell
the new
you.
synthesizer.
It's like the new Atari classic, Asteroids.
Sounds like they should probably not be paid as much as they are.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Karen.
Not that
it's
guy.
Protoss.
In the Fern District.
He keeps on saying things as if I should be, like, titillated and interested.
It's all shale.
I think, yeah, until they actually get to the Irish part, it is pretty bland.
Ooh. European hegemony.
Hegemony. By the way, you got to pick the Schiller rating at the end, Big, so pay attention for something hilarious.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Thanks, Major.
Negative.
So I actually like this little back and forth with the computer, because nowadays it would just be like AI summarize what happened, but they're using the computer to probe, and I do like that. Like they're actually doing their own research. It is bland, I'll give you that.
Well, it's like trying to set up a mystery for no real reason, just to fill 3 minutes of time at the beginning of an episode.
Worf has died.
Speaking of time fillers.
Yep.
Conveniently, just as we went to the theme tune.
Yeah.
Oh, Shades of
It's really
Grey.
nice to do that.
That's probably going to be, I don't know, like a 2. I think there's about 20 minutes of original script, and then the rest are clips.
There, but it's
There's more than you think that there is, but
Yeah.
that does not save it.
Less than you would hope.
Yeah.
exactly half as much as you were worth.
I know Shy. I think that's like Shy's least favorite, so he might rate it a 0, but...
Well, I mean, just on general principle, I think, just because it's a clip show.
Yeah.
Unless you do like the Scrubs thing where you reshoot the scenes that you're doing for your clip show, then it's just 0 effort and should be graded accordingly.
Well, like All Good Things has some clip show elements, but
Yeah.
they refilm everything, so...
Yes.
Well, they don't actually redo anything from Encounter at Farpoint. You only see stuff that was never seen before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all around that mission, so it's like,
Well, I mean, except for like the new stuff that they film around it with visibly older Picard and
and
Yarn
Kasha and Coleman.
Yeah.
Well, Overtide says, you like the episodes where the clips come from, so surely you should... I think he's implying that we should grade based on that.
Overtime, that's a disingenuous argument, and you know it. You don't believe
So you're
that.
saying that I could turn off that episode and then go back and watch the episode that the clip came from?
Yeah, you can go watch Skin of Evil. We love that episode, right?
I really love that episode.
There's something coming! My singular security officer. We don't have any others.
Pulaski is great in this.
Yes.
Pulaski's great, full stop.
Oh, you got Klingon diabetes.
Klingabetus.
Warford Brimley.
Is it the tea ceremony episode?
Yes.
Yes. Another huge plot point, very crucial to the episode.
Yes, they do. Remember that time Garon got the shits?
What?
Have you ever seen that episode?
Ingor.
Humiliation.
I hadn't quite dialed in the voice. Topical?
Yeah.
Measles.
Belligerent, sir.
Yes, but what about being other than normal?
Ugly, about 6'3".
Ugly?
I love the crossed fingers.
I've been decreasing my calorie my activity and increasing my calorie intake.
At least you won't faint.
Don't worry, as long as there are poop jokes to be made, I won't faint.
What with Archer?
Looks like Botany Bay.
Botany
It does,
Bay.
yeah.
It was all the rage around that time.
Shut the fuck up, Taylor. Oh, Yoshimitsu computers.
I do have to admit that the early TNG Data being insufferable moments.
All right, this stuff.
Something that
Like, is this funny?
Okay, I like
Shut
it.
your goddamn whore mouth.
I don't know if that part's funny. The previous part is.
Yeah. It's like you gotta be tasteful about it.
What's that episode where Data's babbling and he tells him to stop, and then when he asks them the next question, Data gives a super short answer and just stands there staring straight ahead. That one's hilarious.
I feel like that's a season 3 episode, maybe. They said Yoshimitsu computers, and all I could think of is like Yoke RoboCop.
Oh, you drafted the definitive RoboCop episode, Stars.
Yeah, it was good.
No, see, to me, Yoshimitsu is like a Tekken reference.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Soul Calibur, maybe. Yeah. I forget which one he's in.
Oh, there's a What the Dub clip.
I just realized Worf in 6 seasons almost never interacts with Beverly.
I mean, he sprays her in the face with acid.
Like, this episode might be more than he and Bev get in 6 seasons.
Oh, they interact during ethics, don't they?
He teaches
Oh, that's
Mock
true.
Barrow as well.
Well, that
Yeah.
and that's a lot of
Well.
talking over Worf and not really talking to Worf.
Ethics, yeah, I guess would be the one.
Yeah.
That's the fun.
I suppose this is probably like the most... I don't know, I can't remember what episodes before this, but we don't get this much look into Worf's culture this early in TNG. It's not until really Sins of the Father that we
He
get
had Heart
this
of
kind
Glory.
Yeah, which kind of touched on it, but that was like really early Worf.
Hmm.
And just long before you find out that he mostly just is almost kind of a cosplaying Klingon. That's like didn't really live most of it. Just
yeah, Klingaboo. Yeah.
Security officer and the medical officer. Right?
Well, as long as we have Troy conscious, that's enough.
That's oddly charged.
Hey, Worf's down.
Listen.
Worf's down.
Probably like one of your Klingon girls.
This is sex, but I have no place for it in my life now.
Like, all right, Worf. And no one ever.
Yeah. Yeah, Riker's just speak for yourself, dude.
I didn't realize how long it took to get to the meat of the episode. It's been like 10 minutes and we're kind of not really at the plot yet.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I would have just cut the Worf stuff and add more to the investigation part later about what they stole the part of their body.
Yeah, because like my recollection of it is they give the whole clone story, they like race to the end of it.
Yeah,
it's like 5 minutes.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they did that because they already knew it'd be controversial with the abortion tie-in, and they didn't want a Terry on it.
Although brush the planet very, very carefully.
Yeah, brush the clouds over its bald spot.
Like a Kryosian touching a Starfleet captain's bald head.
Let's construct a hollow ship.
The amount of times in like a TNG episode where a hollow ship would be genuinely useful.
Yeah.
I can think of at least 3 episodes where it would have come in clutch.
So about 13 minutes, I guess, when the episode actually starts.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say you could actually start the episode here and it would make no difference.
I mean, yes, even the captain's log entry. You could just...
I do like that little SOS scene because it does say why we're here and who we're picking up, but the rest is...
Whenever there's a but, Picard...
Aye, aye, sir.
Only one eye, Captain.
Can
one
I get
eye
that
will be
writing?
sufficient, Riker.
God, he was such a prick in that in Lower Decks.
6 and 2 bales to beam up, sir.
How does it know to beam up the straw?
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
the
that's my
Irish jig
face.
kicks
That's
in
my face right
immediately as they zoom into the Irishman.
Yeah.
Where is the music coming from?
Yeah, because
So,
it's like
Brian, are
playing
you
through the
river dancing
speakers.
up there?
Turn off that damn noise.
Yeah, actually. Like, no one is playing it. No one's got, like, a hurdy-gurdy or whatever the fuck.
Surely O'Brien must have known what he was beaming up. It would have shown, like, 4 humans, a pig, and 6 ducks. Like,
yeah.
Unless it was like a blanket, just beam up this area.
Yeah, beam up these 40 square feet of man and material.
I do like that.
Come on, that's a fun visual gag.
That's good. Wolf's like dinner.
That must have been Winter Colby's daughter. Gave her a little cameo there. Flask in hand. Okay.
Okay, I need you to tell me this is an actual Irishman.
Tenlo Odell. Barry Ingham. Oh, Ingham was one of those originally considered for the role of Jean-Luc Picard.
What?
Interesting.
The William Campbell of this episode.
He was born in Halifax, Yorkshire.
He gives me Mud vibes, except not as malicious. Ah, good to see you, Sam Higdon.
Not as fun either. Why is Riker involved?
Ooh.
Space.
Felicitations.
No, her name's Beverly. Gene Roddenberry's cackling
little flute.
This is such a TOS episode.
It is, isn't it? The Enterprise is.
I don't say that with affection. Yeah, it is actually. Yeah,
it's very bright.
2 more hundred or
anachronistic by 2026.
Anachronistic. Yeah, sure. Tell me more about the fucking Hodgkin's law about parallel planetary development too, you fucking ass.
Hey, the bring Lloydie.
Which is the Irish word for dream.
Very handsome security officer.
Yes, we didn't have the budget to show it on screen.
It's a fucking petting zoo.
Kind of is, isn't it? Oh, there's your accordion.
Yeah, there it is.
Your squeeze box.
We had accordion last time in Family. What's the difference between these two
Exactly,
episodes?
that's what I say.
They both have accordion.
And a melodica?
Oh, there she is.
Here we go.
That's Becky Lynch. Riker's face.
Let me stop you there. I'll fuck her, but I won't marry her.
No, Riker would do right by her. Come on.
Yeah.
Would he? Would he really?
He's not Kirk. Mugabrew.
I would like to see the fire extinguisher in action. I wonder what that looks like.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, he said lightning bolts.
Dado.
There we go. Here's Picard's mental breakdown.
It's literally just Patrick Stewart right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like it looked like he was trying to rein his actual laugh down enough to do the scene anyway.
Yeah, it's these episodes that were like, man, I'm not going to fucking bother unpacking my suitcases.
Yeah. Computer. You must have computers on their ship they travelled in.
They were in a fucking spaceship, but he doesn't know the word computer. Okay.
Also, they had like a load of Yoshimitsu computers in the hold, so...
Well, if this is a generational thing, then he would have been like a great ancestor, so...
It's Shale!
I guess
Shale!
Who sent the distress?
I'm not giving this episode any credit.
It's the other half.
I bet you
it's
will,
the other
Riker.
colony.
Oh,
The clone colony did the tech stuff. No, why don't they just fucking offer to help Riker?
Yes, it's full of Roombas.
I do like
It probably is, given we had the dots in Discovery and stuff like that.
Oh, it's like every 10 minutes they just beam all the detritus off into space.
Or into the replicator and break it down, probably.
Yeah.
This is
weirdly creepy.
This part is so sudden. She just goes from angry to attracted.
There's something about the way he's standing there. Just like, all right, buddy.
It's time.
Yeah.
There's a certain...
Oh, like the ankle.
Fucking Christ.
Shit, PG-13 that shit.
The ship will wash your feet.
The ship will wash itself. I mean...
Dude, Riker had zero interest in actually doing his job. He was only there to try to bag Brenna.
What are you talking about? Worf has so much relevance to this plot.
Or at least a lot of lines.
Oh, I didn't do a script thing for this one. Never mind.
That fucking, like noise. What the fuck was that?
That was a suspense cue from Ron Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the dramatic hamster of Star Trek music.
Bring Lloyd.
Bring Lloyd.
Nope. She can change him. She can fix him. How does she know where to put the cutlery?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Why are you questioning it?
Also, Frakes just appropriated an Irish accent, which we missed.
Oh, damn it. No.
There's another mud comparison.
I'm trying to wipe it from my memory.
I do like her knitted top.
Dude, it's
Do you like the foot fetishism going on right now?
That's a bit different.
It's not a no.
Oh, there we go. Hula dancer.
I'll be in Holodeck 4.
I dream of Jeannie O'Gill.
I've got a foot washing tie-in, but it involves 75-year-old men, so I probably won't bring that up on this review.
I don't know, I feel like it'll be about as sexy as this.
Oh, okay.
They should just cut back to them continuing to make out. With Enterprise in between. Oh, dude, the fucking still.
Yeah. Poutine.
Bloody, like knowing that he's a Yorkshireman and not Irish makes this so annoying.
Look how long his mustache is. You know what they actually should have done? It's just made these Klingon refugees. You can still do the jokes.
Yeah.
You can still get the immigration element that Snodgrass was going for.
And it would make, Worf's involvement in the whole thing a little bit more organic.
Yeah, they already said he already said she's very much like a Klingon woman. They could play it almost exactly the same.
Yeah.
Salute.
There's the blood wine container. I think it might be the first time we see it.
Here you go, Big. This is for you.
What's she even annoyed about?
Her dad's a drunk.
Yeah. That would annoy me.
I can do both.
Overtime, for fuck's sake. He says, you're giving this guy guff for his cartoon Irish accent, but Stuart is doing the worst French accent I've ever heard.
Sounds like your problem.
What work is to be done?
I don't know. I guess I gotta watch after the pigs.
Yeah.
All right. So that was about another 13 minutes.
Yeah, we're nearly at half an hour.
And now we're...
Yep.
So they're doing...
So much has happened.
These acts. Now we're into Act 3.
So I was watching X-Files Season 1 the other day, and there was a whole episode about, like, faith healing and about, like, Southern Baptists and stuff like that. This guy is dressed exactly like one of the characters from it.
What were you watching?
X-Files Season 1.
Oh. His jacket is super late 80s, early 90s. You'll see, like, NBA players all wearing the exact same thing.
No, I mean, it's, like, straight out of, like, Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
That was the style.
Yeah, he hangs out with Rufus, yeah.
Yeah.
The huge suits.
God, can you imagine if this had George Carlin in it? That'd be such a different episode. Thank you, Troy.
I mean, she had good advice earlier about beaming him aboard.
Yes.
What was she just giving Picard the death stare there?
It was a Jean, but she wasn't looking directly at the camera.
This is my daughter, Hermione. We need genetic
Then why
flesh.
did you start the conversation, you gimboid?
Oh,
Of course, Riker would notice the triplets. Again, the jacket, the big shoulders,
big shoulder pads,
and the hair.
Who was the original Janeway actor with a French accent? That was Genevieve Bujold, I believe. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Pulaski's mood is about how I feel.
What is that statue?
Why has he got nipples?
He looks like Eddie Murphy.
I was going to say it, but
He
I didn't
does.
want to be accused of, like,
It does, actually. Look.
Yeah.
Art.
I like this set. It's nice and weird and creepy.
Yeah.
Actually, this does remind me of iMud, how they have like a limited set of androids that they print.
How did you know?
Did you think you were being subtle?
I mean, obviously.
I mean, those two
Next
don't
question.
have no fucking idea, but Pulaski's competent.
Well, yeah, because they're wearing red and yellow, and she's wearing blue, and therefore she's got the fucking brain, right?
Yeah, but I mean, quadruplets and then twins and then more twins. I think they probably could have.
But
I think you are massively overestimating the amount of intelligence going on in this episode.
Well, the question to me is just why would they think that there's any kind of secret to be had about them being clones? I mean, they had to survive. It's not like, oh, you found us out.
Yeah.
Well, I think he explains that. Like, he's worried that they wouldn't give him what they want.
This motherfucker with his Reed Richards hair.
Man, that is a high comm badge. It was practically on his shoulder.
I mean, no, this is actually a good conversation.
We started watching Trek
Like
Time. So you've been married.
Riker's offended by that, naturally.
Oh. Wait. Pause.
I bet you don't.
Pause
Micah.
the briefing. I don't get it.
Genetic drift. Yes.
Wait, I don't understand unviable clone.
Explain it to me like I'm
She
five.
just sequentially dumbs it down for Riker for another 13 minutes. He's immediately angry.
Not me. That's already happened once before.
Well, now it's you specifically. Yeah. We're going to clone you even harder.
You should have said not again.
I'd have to share the women.
Meanwhile, in season 6, Second Chances with Thomas Riker.
He's so physically disgusted by this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where the actual discussion comes. The sci-fi discussion comes in.
Yeah. The actual dilemma.
30 minutes
in the.
Except Ensign Ricky on deck 6, he's a freak.
Shows up with like a boiling flask full of sperm. He's like, no, you can take mine.
Why is it boiling?
I was trying to think, all right, Erlenmeyer flask. I was trying to think of a large flask.
That would kill the sperm.
No, it wouldn't.
What do you think was in that
God.
flask that Warframe replicated than why it was steaming?
Oh, dry ice, I got you. I think this is after Kyle.
I think this is before. Dude, she is holding down the entire episode.
No, this is after. This is literally, because Icarus Factor was about 4 episodes before this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pulaski is literally the only competent officer in this entire episode.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everybody
but
else is
Riker's a good
giggling at the Spanx
driver.
Irish.
Riker does a lot of things that are worth talking about, but they're not all good.
Have we seen Geordie at all?
No, he'll come in.
Nope.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that effect.
All right, quick draw McGraw.
The remaster. They're just dragging her lifeless body away.
Oh, there he is.
Fucking how many Diana Muldars doing the thriller walk?
Late as always, LaForge.
I've got one already, but if something else just jumps out.
What? You just... Okay. Man, that guy's stare.
Oh.
Why is he psychotic?
Our
Dude,
mechanical pencil technology is light years beyond yours.
That is... I could definitely see that being creepy for, 88?
Yeah.
Ooh, different shot of the Enterprise.
It's gonna ram us.
Yo.
Better than your average person.
So the shooting title was Send in the Clones.
Whoa!
Nope.
I don't know if they should have stuck with that or not.
Mm-hmm.
Might have dialed in the tone a little bit more completely.
This episode's going to finish in 10 minutes. This is like trying to be a mystery.
I do like
plot.
Ron Jones like industrial type music here.
You're pregnant.
Great.
Don't know what that is.
We got to dumb it down for Will again. Wait, I don't understand.
About the meeting that we weren't having.
I want the Riker to just go in with two phases, just dual wielding.
Kimbo.
Just killing loads of versions of himself.
No, do the airplane gag where he's smacking them and they fall over, and then another one comes up and he slaps them.
Jewish for Jesus, Scientology.
That would have been great.
Who's that guy?
It looks like Lol. That too.
Yeah, I agreed, Damar. I mean, people always remember her being rude to Data, but outside of that,
No,
she's
great.
actually very good, I think.
Yeah.
And it's wild she just gets never heard from again. Wow, that
it's
that
for
guy
what she was
sleeping.
given, she crushed it.
Yeah.
Crushed it, yeah.
He doesn't know
No
their clones. These guys
hesitation.
could just be sleeping.
Yeah, he's just fucking killing people. It doesn't even look like him.
Well, that's Pulaski, right? The Pulaski clone?
Oh, I guess because she gives her approval, but
That's Jennifer
it
from
I thought
accounting.
that was a dude.
This is a nitrogen therapy.
Nope. There's
Eddie Murphy.
Eddie's Murphy.
Beverly Hills Clone 4.
Yeah, it did look like Mr. Home.
Survive.
That should have been the 2-second drop. Just those two lines
Yes.
back and forth.
Yeah.
Although that might have spoiled a little bit.
Oh no, not the artistic integrity of this episode.
I like that
Very
line.
cold line.
line.
Yeah.
Riker, you can't talk. You literally just met an alien species, banged one of the members, and now you're morally outraged.
That's a very different situation.
It was all consensual.
It was.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's consent, actually.
If there's one thing that can get Riker up in arms, it's consent.
Yeah, so that line, would we do any less? That's what they should be drilling down on. If they're going to have a conference room scene.
Yeah. Actually address the dilemma and the moral implications of it.
Yes!
All right.
Yes!
Troy's so happy.
Fuck this episode, man.
I love signing off on orgies.
I mean, fair, Troy probably would. She is Betazoid, the sex drive quadruples or whatever it is.
I would literally just beam them down there and then fly away. There was no need to discussion. Here's your problem. Here's your solution. Bye. Ooh, charming music.
That check is fucking enormous.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's straight up David Byrne. Just stop making sense.
Yeah, I thought they had the emotional maturity.
No, they don't.
Is that just gauze around his neck or something?
It's like a preacher's collar.
Or maybe when get it at the barber shop or something where they clip it around the.
No, stop.
There's only 5 minutes left in the episode. We have to solve this.
We just get the double Picard maneuver there, the one tuck and then the supplementary tuck.
Captain's Tuck supplemental.
Yes.
When reason failed, you resorted to rape. So fuck off.
Dude, she's cold-blooded in this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're literally not thinking about anything else. So, I mean, it's their primary concern.
How many Irish does it take, Admiral? Are you?
Yeah, that dipshit that caused our whole civilization to create. We forget that guy.
Yeah.
See, this is charming.
And you let them go sloppy style.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
Yeah. Can I
he's just into hearing Pulaski explain it.
Wait, why is Riker not in this meeting? This is the one they wouldn't have to dumb down for him.
I am leaving Starfleet.
Resigning my commission. Oh, the Denobulans. That look.
Unzip. How does he make that reference? I don't understand.
So you think that was like a reaction to not being able to use it as the title of the episode?
Maybe.
Probably.
Dado!
Brenna, we're gonna have to start running trains.
Don't worry, I reserved you the one with the least receding hairline.
Eddie's Murphy, yeah.
Wait, is that a real goat or is that a plushie?
It's a real goat.
Yeah.
Okay, it's real, okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't moving for a bit there. It is a petting zoo, it really is.
Yes.
I'm not sure we need the Irish jig under this, but...
No, you need it. It's required, actually.
See? He's playing it.
This makes Spirit Folk look like really culturally sensitive.
No, Spirit Folk is fucking trash. God, I hate that episode.
Yo, but...
Idol's feeling seen.
Well, I mean, it's a legitimate point, and it's being played for laughs.
The ironic thing is she's probably carrying Riker's child now, so there probably will be lots of Rikers on that planet.
But no pressure or anything.
Yeah.
So you're saying like rewriting an entire civilization on the back of a napkin in one meeting might have implications?
That's not what you're going to be rubbing together. Sorry.
And this is how Angel 1 happens, guys. Oh, wasn't that sweet?
And then it just stops.
Da 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 da. Wow, right. Let me just do some things.
I push my fingers into my eyes. It slowly dulls the pain.
Okay. Let's do this. No, it's just going to break again. Fantastic. Gotta love these computers. Hello everyone and welcome to Star Trek Trek, our ongoing journey throughout computer troubles that I'm having right now. No, it's an ongoing journey through the episodes of Star Trek, and we have been visited by long-time host of the show who's finally returned at the eve of the most important episode of Star Trek, Up the Long Ladder. Welcome, BigMcLargeHuge. This was your draft pick, so this is your pick for an episode that we should watch.
Oh, now. That's not true. This was not a draft pick.
Well, it's not a draft. This is what we're going to honorarily say that Big drafted this episode. So, Big, please tell us why this episode.
I can only apologize. This was, a little bit of oversight on my part. No, it was a kind of a background conversation that y'all were having, and it had come up, and I think what we kind of came to was like comparing and contrasting this to the other episode that we are going to do later on, Who Watches the Watchers, and see how far that kind of story might evolve over, a season or two of TNG. But also, I thought it would be kind of fun. It's like the only thing that I really remember from this episode before now was the space Irish conceit, and boy, did that live up to my expectations, I'll just say.
I will just speak on remember, because we speak about when we do the watch along beforehand, we'll always say like, oh, when did we last watch this, what do we remember about this episode? And I definitely did not remember about a third of the episode not having the Irish, a third of the episode being nothing but it, and then the last half being the actual plot, or the last 10 minutes of just wrapping everything up as quick as possible. I definitely don't remember that about it. Go on, Stars, you look like you got something to say.
All right. I'd like to start because I think there's a point here.
Please.
Yeah. My memory off a bowl. Writer Melinda Snodgrass remarked, "It was intended to be a commentary about immigration because I hate the current American policy. I wanted it to be something that says sometimes those outsiders you think are so smelly and wrong-colored can bring enormous benefits to your society because they bring life and energy." That's what I was going for. Now, my boss at the time was Maurice Hurley, who is a major Irishman and leads the St. Patrick's Day Parade. When I was describing to him what I wanted to do, I was trying to come up with an analogy, and I said, well, it's like a little Irish village, or like a little village of Irish tinkerers. He loved it so much, he made me make them Irish tinkerers. I said, okay, and that's how it came about. Snodgrass admitted that the rewrites and budget restrictions resulted in the intended commentary being lost. So we've talked previously.
Again.
Yeah, we've previously talked about it, and we kind of softballed it. The guy is a fucking hack, all right? Melinda Snodgrass is the only person I've ever heard or seen say something positive about him, and I think that's partly why she capitulated beside him just being the boss. That being said, we also talked last episode in Family about immigration and how that's like a personal topic to me as a immigrant, former immigrant. She said a lot of that commentary was lost, and that's probably true, but there are moments where you can see what she's going for. There's a conversation at the end where Picard is trying to get them together because they each have something that the other side lacks. And Granger, with his giant shoulder pad, said, I don't know, there are so many difficulties. Danilo says, look, man, we're decent, hardworking people. We're willing to learn. And he can't get over it. Granger, they're so different. And Picard chimes in, it's the differences that have made us strong. Like, I don't think they do enough. When they do immigration episodes, I don't think they dial down on that element enough, where I think Melinda described as what wrong-colored, smelly and wrong-colored, which, Jesus, there are a lot of people who think that that's all immigrants are. And it is nice to see Star Trek take a swing in that and say, no, actually, the differences are what make us strong. And I don't think Irish was the wrong choice. And yeah, it's all at Maurice Hurley's feet. You could have done this with a lot of the comedic beats without it being Irish. You don't need the jig music. Like I said, Worf even makes a comment like, oh, she's as strong-willed as a Klingon woman. Well, then do the Klingons. And then you can integrate it that way within your sci-fi bubble without being offensive to people actually watching the episode. So I really like that they took the swing. I think they got close to saying something, but it was obfuscated by the jig and the straw and the giant mutton chops. So there
just
you go.
top on that, the director, Winrich Kolb, and I won't go over the credits because he's done quite a lot before, but he remarked, it was a lot of fun to do. I didn't have to sit there and tell people to pull it back. I wanted contrast between the guys who were a bit uptight and buttoned down, and the Irish in that episode who were going, and I quote, bananas. So it's kind of like I think they intentionally pushed that, let's just increase all the stereotypes, and just, and not that I'm saying it's a good thing to do, but yeah.
Well, yeah, it's because they, at the baseline level, those two, it's just, it's just a bunch of white guys, a bunch of white people, mostly, except for and so the only thing that they had to differentiate between the two cultures was amping up this stereotype on one side to be enough difference. Basically is what it comes down to me.
Okay. That makes me want to ask a question then, because this is something that comes up in regards to the Outcast, right? Which is that Jonathan Frakes felt that they should have cast a male actor to play, I forget the name of the principal alien character in that. Because he felt that casting a woman as the non-binary alien meant that it lost some of the punch. And I tend to agree with that. I don't love the Outcast. We'll probably get around to it at some point. We'll have a long spirited discussion about it. But I definitely agree with that criticism of that. It falls completely flat there. Now, that being said, when you're touching on elements of immigration, and especially on ideas of race and color, do you feel like that argument still applies? Like, we're saying, okay, Irish was the wrong pick here because it turns it into a farce, right? So is the option to go for another white group and then, kind of, I don't know, say like, I don't know, Spanish, I don't know, like another group, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Or do you just go, fuck it, we're going to go, completely off, and we're just going to say, no, here is a colony of people who are of another color, and we're going to have the whole racist undertone with Granger, or does that make it too icky?
I don't know. It's like, it's different degrees of the ick, isn't it? Because you got like the kind of very stereotypical ick here. It's like, oh, this is how they're portraying them, to the racist one. It's kind of shades of the same, sort of strokes of the same shade of sort of colour there. But I kind of wonder if they don't just do what they usually do. I mean, which is it? The planet with clan of the House Trelester. They have the generic melty face prosthetic tribe who are a bit down but won't be regarded because they're
the Akamarians.
The Akamarians, yeah. And, they look at them and go, well, they're below us. Like, why not just do a generic alien race or, the other side of it? It's the same kind of plot, basically. And the kind of the Irish part of this is mostly just for colour, which...
So... her quote, the writer's quote, was smelly and wrong-colored. And I think that's very apt. That's how a lot of people view, like I said, anyone who's different from them. But the thing is, if that's what you're going for, and you do a color other than white for your actors, I feel like that would be even more racist. Like, that would be code of honor levels. Like, if you did an all-black, you might nail that analogy more on the head, but you're going to offend people a lot more. So... like I said, I would have just done a made-up alien race from Star Trek, and maybe the analogy doesn't hit as hard, but then it wouldn't be so obfuscated by people watching this who feel like their own culture is being assaulted.
I think that's more than anything. Sorry, not good. But just that it's a difference in tone. It's like maybe don't play it so much for laughs. One of the two cultures, because then it's hard to take any part of it seriously, because then when you get back to them, it's like, oh yeah, we're talking to the joke colony again, and it's like, oh, they have lots of babies, ha.
Outside of Riker and Brenna in Quarters, Mackin' and Smackin', did they do a single scene that wasn't comedic with the Bring Lloydie? I can't think of one. Other than
the
maybe
discussion at the end,
like I said, him saying we're hardworking and.
Yeah, he kind of sort of had that's the kind of, you want him to be a bit of a sort of, a character, which they kind of dialed up to 200% here. And then he brought it back down when he's sitting at the table and he's like, we're hard working, I'll have my eccentricities, but I'll shake your hand in my own weird way. And that's probably the best scene of that character, because they don't plumb into those racial stereotypes. They just go for a kind of like, oh, he's a bit of a kook Go on, Stars.
I have to point out though that episode, that discussion is completely undercut by the rest of the episode because you can't do a half hour of jokes about how this group of colonists you've picked up don't work, only drink, only fuck, only have chickens like taking up a cargo bay, and then go, oh, but we're hardworking. Based on what? You haven't done any legwork to actually back that up. By playing into the stereotype, you've only worked against your own argument. It's really dumb.
Yeah, the stereotype is that they're lazy and they sit around drinking. So the hardworking part is like, I mean, they have survived, I guess, without technology, but that is point so de-emphasized. I know, it's very de-emphasized. Yeah. So I want to touch on something, because who knows when we'll get to it. I know you love the episode Rejoined, Stars, and I'm more on the episode The Outcast. And there's the things have been... This phrase has been said a lot on our Trek reviews, like, well, this episode did it better, as an excuse to dismiss the other one. And I don't like that. I think there's room in Star Trek to cover certain topics more than once. And
absolutely,
as I've said before, I was raised as a almost regressively religious, bigoted person from my parents, from my church, and that kind of thing. And if I'd watched Rejoined when I was a kid, it would have repulsed me, because I didn't trans people, gay people, that was not how I was raised. But watching Riker, who's a cool as fuck dude in my household growing up, watching him take that step, that would have resonated with me. And I think certain topics are important enough where you need to do it more than once, because you need to appeal to all different kinds of people. And so if I hadn't seen Riker do that episode, then maybe, that changed my mind in some kind of way toward a more understanding point of view. That being said, I don't know that this episode would have the same effect, because it does have a lot of issues. But in terms of doing an episode like immigration lots of times from lots of different point of views, I think that has a lot of merit, because you do want to reach different people where they're at.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that there have been so many iterations on the courtroom episode for so many good reasons, and it's there's a strong legacy of Measure of a Man. I forget if there's a equivalent in DS9, but then you go to what's the one?
The Klingon trial. What's that episode?
We talked about it the other day with Chapok.
Yeah, but that's not so much about.
It's not about civil rights, that one.
No.
And then you get the one with the doc, not Virtuoso, not Latent Image.
The
one with photons. Author, that's it, yeah. And that's very much a successor to that in terms of doing hologram rights. And then you can draw a direct line from Measure of a Man all the way to Ad Astra per Aspera, which I think is also an immigration episode. That's part of the strength, I think, of that episode. And I think it is a testament to just how muddled this episode's message is. That yes, it's technically trying to do immigration, but only if you kind of know the background context. Otherwise, it's 5 minutes shoved in at the very end, while the episode just kind of titters behind its hand as it goes, "Oh, these Irish, so funny." And it's if you hadn't told me Maurice Hurley was Irish, I wouldn't have believed you. I frankly
You disown him from your people because you don't want him. Yeah, he's not part of.
Well, here's the thing. Well, okay, so there's a discussion to be had here, right? Which is that it reminds me of I think it was a bit from a movie called Bend It Like Beckham. I think it was. It's about female footballers. And there's a bit where a female character says to a guy, a white guy, you don't get what it's like, and he says, "Yeah, I do. I'm Irish." And if you don't know the cultural context behind being Irish in the 20th century or before that, that is completely lost on you. What the significance of that is, and looking at all this, I'm just kind of are we not the old side is no dogs, no colored, no Irish, and I'm just kind of the Irish are treated as functionally white here, but there's no attempt to engage with the historical context of that either. And this is airing at a time when they wouldn't even let The High Ground, which released 3 years later, that got banned in the UK because it talking about the Irish reunification. So that makes it doubly insensitive that you aren't even going to talk about, if you're making an episode about immigration and you use the Irish and you don't even talk about the Irish context around immigration with the US, America and Ellis Island, and the fact that Irish only became white in like the last maybe like 50, 100 years, and like the process of that, like I don't know, like I don't know what Hurley's like politics are in terms of like that kind of whole thing, but like I'm baffled that none of that makes it in here. We have enough time to do 15 minutes on SOS signals and the European hegemony, but we don't want to talk about that.
So that was going to be my point. The first 13 minutes, they don't meet the Bringloidi. They're kind of setting up the plot like we're going to meet the Bringloidi, but war faints. They do a tea ceremony that doesn't mean anything. If you guys were going to cut that 13 minutes and attach it to another story, what would it be? Would it be the immigration aspect? Would it be the abortion sort of like we have control over our bodies aspect? Where would you like to see this story go?
Honestly,
if they had another 13 minutes.
It would be the society that and more of the investigation into why they're clones and things like that, because that's kind of the meat of the story. As they go down, Riker's completely fucking clueless, like triplets, quadruplets, another set of twins, and then you go around clones, they're like, they're clones? And you're like, fucking keep up, Riker, come on. They really do rush that kind of story. Like, it literally, Riker spends the entire episode just going English please to every sentence because he can't string two brain cells.
Does,
yeah, essentially. But yeah, it would definitely be more exploring that society more because, this episode is so bizarrely paced. It is literally, it is 3 acts, like a play, but they're all completely different, they're on completely different things.
Yeah, they're from 3 different plays. That's the problem. I think if it were me, like if I'm script doctoring this episode, I think you split it down the middle and you cut down some of the Irish shenanigans. And what you do is you massively increase the amount of Bringloidi that you bring on board the Enterprise to the point where like they're having trouble supporting them all because of energy problems or whatever, or just like sheer living space. And so they have to let like some of them out onto the clone planet, and that's when you introduce they've got like innovative farming practices that like the technological stuff is just like completely like pushed by, so that you go against the we actually build up the hard working bit.
They're mad.
What
you can't let Clover increase the nitrogen in the soil.
Because I'm thinking of what's that DS9 episode? It's like season 1 or 2 with the Screens, like the race that want to help settle on Bajor. I think that's a way stronger immigration story than this, and I think they could have really leaned more into that aspect.
I feel like that one is set up to make you dislike the immigrants.
Yeah.
Where even though I don't love the stereotypes in this one, they kind of try to make them charming and humorous so that I guess you're rooting for them. So. Yeah. But that's just one element of that.
But I do think that there's something to the idea of finding a little bit more in the Bringloidi that would add something to the civilization other than just being gene pool.
I mean, focus on the hardworking aspect. They focus on them being lazy instead of hardworking, and then they go, but they're hardworking at the end. Well, you didn't show us that. I do think it's fixable. Even with the Irish elements, but you would have to do a pretty large script rewrite of those. And you said, Idle, that it feels like 3 different stories. I think it's meant to feel like at least 2 disparate ones, because the point is we're so different. How can you come together? But they didn't put in the care.
But then you have 15 minutes of them just analyzing a Morse code and it being like this ancient technology from the SS Mariposa, which launched during Archer's time. It's bizarre.
Speaking of juxtaposition, the very first scene shows how astute and plugged in Riker is that he gets immediately, and the rest of the episode is him not understanding a fucking clue about what's going on.
Such a disparagement of his character. So that actually made me think of something, and I feel like this is something I want to dial into on one of Idle's points about the sci-fi conceit of the story about like the clone society, and something that they don't really go into, which is kind of like fobbed off, is like carnal reproduction is so repugnant. And there is no sign of any real culture on the clone planet. There's like one statue.
Yeah.
So here's the point. That statue makes no sense. Why, in a culture that finds sexuality repugnant, is there a statue celebrating the sexual form of a woman?
Because they don't.
It's almost as if.
Well, is it? I mean,
well,
the sexuality is present. The sexuality is present, but is that the focus of it?
Well, that's the thing, is that I feel like that's the other element where... Well, because if we're talking about, the elements of the Impelling being breeding stock and about hardworking, I feel like if you're doing this episode now, as it were, you don't want to go too hard in on their hardworking thing, because so much of immigration media focuses on the good ones, like the ones that will work and are not an active detriment to the society by not being, contributing. So if you focus on the cultural element and on what the Bringloidy can bring from that aspect in terms of, say, their music, like that alone is something that is completely absent from, like, it requires a top-down level rewrite.
They would have done all jigs, though, is the problem. I know what you're saying, and I like that, but then you can't do the Irish, because they would... God bless Ron Jones. He had some cool, like, techno beats, industrial shit in there. But the Irish jigs, like, every time they show up on screen was just too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a present for you, Stars. Let's go over I'm just going to go back over to this viewing part here.
Is it the neuralizer from Men in Black?
We're going to watch... we're going to watch Worf. There's one of deleted scenes, and there's a lot of deleted scenes in this episode, but this one just made me think of you.
Okay.
But Worf does some poetry, so if you want to watch Worf do some poetry, let me just...
Is this going to be on screen for
This will be on screen for our
viewers?
Yeah, let me just... cool. We'll have the bar on the screen there, but you should be hearing this.
Da, da, da,
Yeah,
da, 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 da.
So obviously this is a deleted scene from the...
The Bringloidy have reached their new home. Set a course for Starbase 114, warp factor 3.
It is unfortunate that we cannot remain and observe the integration of the two colonies.
They're going to do just fine. They're survivors, both of them.
They'll do more than survive. I believe they will flourish.
We've got the cats in the sack. Just hope we haven't shaken the bag too much.
What is occurring on Mariposa is a demonstration of sociobiology and the concept of the selfish gene. The males and females are each pursuing
Selfish Gene Roddenberry?
reproductive strategies in an effort to maximize their contribution to the gene pool of the next generation.
He said the line.
Right now.
I like the commander's analogy better. Romantic.
How are
God, I can
cats
see why
in
they
the
cut
sack
this.
romantic? They would
Wait for
fight
it.
and scratch.
Very romantic. In the darkness, the stars my guide.
Oh my God.
The memory of you sings in my blood. I seize the gift, carry it to your bower, and lay at your feet the hearts of my enemies.
Yeah, that's about right.
He should have broken into song at least.
He's very happy for the banister hiding his erection right now.
Yeah. You all right up there, Mr. Wolf?
Just struck the head thusly.
Picard's concerned touch of his head.
Look at this slow walk right out.
I can't believe War posted cringe in chat.
There you go. Yeah, that's the scene. That's the scene.
Wow. Good Lord.
Oh, hang on. No. Yeah, just wanted to show you that way. There's one of the deleted
So
scenes
I guess
of the
the point of that is don't poke any of the Jenga blocks because it could have gotten worse. We're like, yeah, we can cut 13 minutes and write something else. Nah, maybe not. Maybe we should have left it alone.
Yeah, imagine. I mean, if that was one of the attempts at it, and it just didn't work, so it left on the floor, left on the cutting room floor.
Okay. How
It's
about
like, we're 15 minutes short. Yeah. Need to come up with something really quick.
All right, let's have some bread. Gentlemen, your bread of the episode. The moment in the episode that stood out to you, like Cisco going bread in the middle of a DS9 episode, did to us. Big, the returning hero. What was your bread of the episode?
So it's not for the moment itself, but it's what it reminded me of. It's at the beginning of the episode where Data and Picard are talking about finding the Mariposa, and that Mariposa is Spanish for butterfly. It's that the early TNG just moments of Data being overly wordy to the point of being insufferable as a bit is something that I always enjoyed. And Otto made the point that it kind of went on too long this time, and it showed probably why they got rid of that over time. But I did enjoy revisiting that. So
the Spanish word for butterfly. Thank you, Data. I thought it might be relevant. Doesn't appear to be now.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Otto.
Oh, dude, it's that line from Riker.
Damn it. I was hoping you were going to
forget. Have you never seen a woman before? Have you never seen a woman before? I thought I had. Dude, he peaked at that point. Although, I do have to say, that scene is like worse than I remember. They show up to communicate with Bring Lloydie to welcome them aboard, and he just fucking like lusts after her in public. Doesn't help. Doesn't say anything. Yeah, if he was Worf, he would have been growling at that point. It was not great. But that line is a banger.
And then he complains that he doesn't know anything for the rest of the episode. Like somehow he'd missed all the meetings. Like I wonder why.
I thought I had
stars. Breadus.
My bread is a non-positive one. It's Odell going when he gets his Klingon booze. I was just... I remembered it. I didn't remember it being quite so. Fuck me, man. This fucking episode.
All right, let me ask you: if that was in James Bond, would that fit in?
Yeah, that's a very
James Bond would never do that.
Not Bond. But if it was in the Bond movie and someone did that delivery, would that fit? Because I agree, it doesn't fit Star Trek.
It feels like it's
in
a very
Roger
Sean
Moore
Connery
movie.
Yeah.
No, a Roger Moore movie would do that. Maybe Diamonds Are Forever, but no, that's yeah.
So I mean, I think also what it represents is like it's the very peak of the stereotype mountain in this episode. I think because it's like the over the top, the most over the top character doing the most over the top Irish thing. All at the same time. It's like it's the culmination of why are we doing this?
Okay. My bread is going to be Picard and technically Patrick Stewart just losing it when he sees the Irish for the first time and then he just giggles to himself and goes, "It's so absurd." And I'm like, this is just Patrick Stewart. Like he's seen the scene for the first time. He's walked in and gone, "I can't believe we're doing the space Irish. Fuck it, I'm off. I'm going back to York. I'm going back to Yorkshire now." Like, come on. Okay, let's do.
The best advice I can give you is to just be yourself.
You're the worst thing that ever happened to Zek. You're the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Actually, that's the second best piece of advice.
In fact, you're the worst thing that ever happened to the entire Ferengi Alliance. No! Just stop saying that.
I'm waiting for it now. I'm expecting it.
I do think I'm going to change that for every episode. If I ever have the time, I'll put something from Danilo.
You won't.
I won't. No. Okay. Best and worst of the episode. Let's go reverse snake. I'm kind of taking this idea on board. Let's go for a reverse snake draft on these picks. I'm going to start. Best of the episode. Oh God, what have I done? I think my best of the episode is the fact that there is an idea here. There is something to this. There is like, and that I mentioned that final meeting as there being like between the sort of the two sides and Picard and saying like that you have to live through your differences and work together. There is a general idea of some sort of good episode plot here, but they didn't quite execute it quite right. But that's my best moment is sort of the meeting at the end, and you kind of finally see Danilo O'Dell being sort of like the leader of the colony. I suppose Brenner really is the leader, but he's the figurehead. My worst.
Take your pick.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, no, I'll tell you exactly what my worst is. How the fuck did the transporter beam up shitloads of hay and animals and everything? And O'Brien was surprised.
That one off now.
Yeah, well, he didn't know what he was beaming up. Was he just like targeting a square meterage and going, fuck it, bring up the soil, get everything in here? And yeah, he's just like, what the fuck? Ducks? That wasn't in the biofilter? Get that stuff out of here. Like, well, yeah. No, that's going to be my worst moment. Auto.
Since I already used I thought I had for my bread. My best moment, or my best of the episode, is easily Catherine Pulaski. She was so competent. She handled almost all the technobabble with aplomb. She was like 4 steps ahead of the rest of the crew when it came to the plot of the second plot of the Mariposans. She was just really on point. She was compassionate, covering for Worf at the beginning with a clever little moment of the cross fingers. She's just fantastic. I like her in almost every facet of season 2, outside of the the casual obtuse racism or roboism against Data. Other than that, she really is, I think, fantastic. So she's my best of. The worst is, I really like this conceit. I talked about it last week. Immigration is an important thing, even more so nowadays, or as much. It's an evergreen topic, and they softballed it. So I guess my worst is going to be Maurice Hurley, because I think if he hadn't interfered, the script would have said more about what it needed to say.
Stars.
I want to pick on one of your points, Tyler, which is like, there was an idea here. It just reminds me that there's a music trademark for a song called "I Admit That There Was Music," and it never got made. And it's like, I admit that there was an idea. I'm not going to say what it is. But exactly. Oh my god. My best would probably be, I don't know. I feel like Brenna Odell's actress has plenty of charm. She's got a lot of vivacity. She's in a better episode. I feel like she'd be really magnetic to watch because she's got good chemistry with Jonathan Frakes. If you gave her say a Bajoran forehead thing, and I put her in another episode, I feel like she'd be amazing. I feel like we'd be talking about her as a great guest performer the days to go.
Can I make you very happy, Stars? Rosalind Lander, who is the actress, she has done quite a lot of Big Finish's Doctor Who dramatizations.
Right.
So yeah, she is still acting and doing stuff. So if you want to see her somewhere better, go check those out.
Yes. Worst. Just the stereotypes, man. It's the thing. It's not even racist. I don't even find it offensive. I just find it boring and tired and lame. I don't even have enough animus to get angry about it and say, "Oh, they're being so shitty about the Irish." I was like, no, it's you're bad writers. Get over it. This is. I would call this lazy in 1966. In fact, we did call it lazy in 1966 when they did it with fucking Finnegan. The fucking accent on him. This hasn't progressed past that point, so it's just that for me.
That's Gene Roddenberry. All right, take us home, Big.
Okay, so I think my best moment was the rare early season Troy having a good idea about something at the beginning of the episode and actually contributing something of value, which is that, you're going to meet this civilization that has getting its first interaction in who knows how many years, hundreds of years. Hey, they're going to be not used to our whole deal, so maybe take some care about that, which says a lot about the rest of the episode, because that's about the best thing I could pull out of it. Troy had an idea. Best thing.
You admit that there was a Troy idea.
Yeah. And so the worst, I have to say, just touching on what Otto has been running through this whole episode, just the missed opportunity of telling a richer story is just the race to the finish of the last 10 minutes, which is the entire plot. Just in those last 10 minutes. It's I wrote 2 notes watching the episode. And I say, plot so brief it infantilizes it, and then rushed beyond belief.
Yeah.
Those were my notes. Just because it made it to where they decided the entire fate of this civilization by writing it on the back of a napkin in a 5-minute meeting. It's hey, I hope you guys are all good with this, because we just programmed the next several generations of your civilization. Have fun. So yeah, that's my worst.
You say it's rushed as well. I mean, we haven't even talked about the fact that they abduct Riker and Pulaski, take their cloning juice, and then they kill these guys in pods. Like, that was a whole plot point that easily should have been a majority of the episode. But yeah, sorry, I digress. Carry on.
It's a life data.
No. Yeah.
So can we talk about that a minute? Because when you think about topics that older Star Trek isn't going to cover, women's rights is kind of like near the top. Because even though they're good about racial stuff, relatively, I mean, Gene Roddenberry has relatively been good about racial stuff. They've not been good about women's rights stuff. And I feel like for, again, Riker of all people to stand up for, and it's oblique, like he's not championing women's rights, he's championing human rights, which then you have to kind of, but that's not something that you would expect out of early season TNG or TOS. I really like that it was in this episode.
It's also present in The Child, where Worf says that if Troy doesn't want to have the child, she can just abort it. Well, it's very quickly shot down. But kudos to Worf for being pro-choice, I guess. But the problem with it is, we talk about the value of life, and it's something that bugs me a lot in media. Actually, that it's become a bugbear of mine in the last few years is the ethics of cloning. And how so much media will treat cloned life as though it's disposable, as though it has no worth. Like, comic books do this a lot, where it's just like, listen, we took this character, cloned them, dumped the memories in, and it's just the same. And it's like,
similitude, baby. That's why it was my first round draft.
Guess what? That's why similitude fucks, because it actually cares about clones. Yeah. And this couldn't care less. Like, you see, they don't even draw that attention to the fact that it's actually like Frakes and Mulder meant to be in those pods. It's just like, they aren't.
I would never have guessed.
They're husks. Yeah.
They're hairless. They don't do a close up. Like, I would never have guessed that's who those two are.
They just kill two random people having a break. Like, well, fuck these.
Well, ironically, before Riker phasers Pulaski's clone, he looks to her for consent. She nods, and then he does it. It's like that Jesus meme. Haven't you forgot to ask someone? Yeah, the clone wasn't asked before you phasered it.
Yeah. So to die? Okay.
Like in an episode about consent, obliquely, they highlight how we're not going to ask for consent from the person we're killing. So,
yeah.
Okay, gentlemen.
I can show you my rating code.
Schiller rating 3.5. Associational rating norm -3. That's much too low a rating.
I'm just not accustomed to seeing an unsatisfactory rating on a member of my crew.
Big, your time is now to give us the most unsatisfactory rating we've ever seen. Up the long ladder, please. What is your rating code?
Okay, so how many wee drops of the creature do we give this episode out of 10?
I was kind of hoping for Eddie's Murphy, but we might get sued for infringement.
Start us off, Big. Go
on. Yeah, this was not a fun rewatch for me, I gotta say. Because I remember the fun being more fun, and that it's just total disconnection from the rest of the plot. Just makes it all ring completely flat and hollow. So I pre-rated this a 4 out of 10, and I think maybe I'll give it a 1 out of 10. Just I really did not enjoy this.
One what?
One wee drop of the creature out of 10.
That's not enough.
Like a regular Tuesday night.
Stars. Show us your wee drop of the creature.
Oh boy.
I think Brody might have a problem with that if I do that. Okay. Yeah, this was like flatly bad. Season 2 of TNG improves in a lot of areas. And there are more points to this episode that I appreciate than I remembered there being. Like, I think you're absolutely right, Otto. I think Pulaski's pretty good here. She's the only one talking sense. There is a degree of charm. There was an idea. I admit that there was an idea. but it's just so flatly uninterested in its own premise in a way that only early season TNG can be.
I like that phrase.
So
it's bored of itself, though. Even from the start, you can tell no one wants to be here.
It can't run away from the plot hard enough. It can't wait to put it off until the last 10 minutes. It's like the freaking the writers were like, "Hey, we got to put in the script. How long can we put off doing the plot? A long time." So I can, in good faith, I'll give this. Yeah, that's a 3.
A 3.
2 point. Oh. The pre-rating was a 3.
Yes, you did. Yes.
Yeah, my actual rating is 2.5 wee drops of the creature. Okay. It's just a flatly bad episode.
If you think about it, you like this episode 25%. No, not quite. There's 25% of this episode you like. No, we can't think like that. That's terrible.
That one I'll allow. That one
okay,
I'll allow,
okay,
actually. That's about right. Yeah.
All right, Auto.
So I think I pre-rated this 7.5, and I think I enjoy it 7.5. But when you, as we've said a lot recently, when you sit down and look at it critically, it lacks. I knew there were structural problems going in, especially the first 13 minutes where it doesn't really tie in. And then I realized like kind of the whole episode doesn't tie in. Like they show Riker being competent and then they show him being stupid. They show Worf doing whatever. That never comes up again. They show the Bringlordi being lazy and not hardworking. And then they bring up, look how hardworking they are. They bring up consent and then they don't ask for consent. It's like they set up all these pins and knock down none of them. But I'm able to laugh at it, which episodes like this, when you bring in the racial stuff, it's hard to laugh at a lot of them. I can laugh at this one. I mean, not all of it, but enough that I don't feel skeezy after watching it. I like that not only one important idea, but two was approached about bodily autonomy and immigration. I do have to knock it down. I still enjoy it. I would still watch it on Lark. I think it hits more points than a lot of episodes, even though they may be better done. I'm going to give this 6.3 wee drops of the creature out of 10.
Fantastic. I think I went for a 5 because I thought I'm sure this is like an enjoyable episode at a surface level. Like Otto says, you can laugh at it in a kind of like, okay, it's got the Irish stereotype and it takes it pretty far, but it's like, okay, it's good humoured. But you're right. The actual one thing that gets me about this episode is the pacing. It's just trash. It's like this, even before we get our big salute to the TNG theme song, we're bored in the ready room. Worf is just grunting and groaning and faints on the bridge in a plot that fucking goes nowhere other than just have tea for Pulaski and then fuck that. We get the second part of the script, which is just sort of like, oh, here we go, we're going to laugh at Irish people for a good 20 minutes, whilst Riker nails the very attractive daughter of the main leader, who is the typical, fiery kind of matriarch of the group.
Sorry, can I cut in a second? We talked about how incompetent Riker is. Even in romance, he had to be pushed into romancing this woman. She's like, my feet ain't going to wash themselves. Like, come on, that's the one thing Riker knows how to do, and he failed at that.
Yeah. And then you kind of get the real meat of the episode, which is the reason you watch episodes like The Masterpiece Society, The High Ground, or as we're going to watch in a minute, Who Watches the Watchers, the ethical debate, the big thing you want to sink your teeth in. You want to see Picard going back and forth over a topic. You want to see the crew, are they comfortable with being cloned? Meanwhile, there's all these Irish people over here just going like, use us, come on. And it's just so badly paced and like I think Starsy said, just needs to be looked from the top down. Like, can we just completely rewrite this? Because this is, and you kind of got to appreciate his position at the end, like getting near the end of season 2 and the writer strikes are kind of hitting, they're knocking at the door. People are rushing out scripts. This is early TNG and things aren't, Gene's hand is very, quite sternly held on the rudder of the show at this point. Yeah, it's not great. From a surface level, if I was to watch it again, and I probably will watch it again, this is not going to be one I'll skip because, there's something to laugh at here. But, if it's on the background, I'll have it on. I'll watch it. I won't choose to watch it voluntarily, but it won't be one I skip on a rewatch. So I'm probably... I'm going to go for a 3. I'm going to go for a 3. 3 wee drops of the creature out of 10. Because it tries. It doesn't work, but it tries. And there are moments.
I have 2 thoughts I'd like to share. One, the writer Melinda Snodgrass wrote The Measure of a Man and Pen Pals, which I think are 2 extremely competent scripts.
They're incredible episodes, yeah.
So that's also why I'm more inclined to say fuck Maurice Hurley. Second point, for an after-dinner mint, go look up Ron Jones' Klingon Tea Ceremony. He wrote one of the best tracks he's ever written, and it didn't make it in to the episode. It's this great fantasy track with Klingon elements. I think they play 3 seconds of it as a scene transition. That's a real shame that didn't make it into the episode.
And drinking Canard with Damar. No, Wesley was not in this episode at all, which probably is why we bumped the rating up a few points.
Or in the next one.
Or in the next one. Anyway, yes, up the long ladder, we have now averaged that out at a 3.2 wee drops of the creature. So that sits exactly equal with the battle, which I'm surprised we rated it that low.
Battle was so fucking boring, dude.
Yeah,
that was the most boring shit.
Yeah, I always remember that bit more positively, probably because of the Picard maneuver. But yeah, okay.
Well, see, it's like I think people conflate the battle with peak performance. That's
a good point, actually. Yeah. Slightly higher than the Magics and Megas 2, which is, I still put my hands down to say that is the most insane episode of Star Trek ever. And definitely better than Dax at a 2.0, but not as good as Sub Rosa at a 3.6. So this episode was worse than Sub Rosa.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
I agree with this.
I would disagree, but but one voice screaming into the void.
Well, so to me, it's like at least Sub Rosa is what it was trying to be. This is not what it was trying to be.
They set out his goals and it failed them all.
Star Trek history.
No, I mean it was trying to be like a romance. That's what it was trying to be.
It's trying to be a gothic horror-y kind of thing.
Gothic romance, sure.
It doesn't succeed at it, but neither does this.
It's trying to be a supernatural bodice ripper, is what it's trying to be.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the term bodice ripper. Thank you for letting that be known.
Okay. Everyone watching on stream, stick about. We're going to watch Who Watches the Watchers. Go on.
Now I'm just picturing Ronan wearing a bodice.
Who says he wasn't?
Tearing it asunder as he proclaims
Now I'm
his
thinking
love.
of Shakar wearing a bodice, meeting Kira, and that's, okay. Yes, if you're on stream, stick about. We're about to watch Who Watches the Watchers. But if you're watching on YouTube on our review, we'll see you next time. Live long, prosper, and find better stereotypes. Please, thank you. Bye. Okay, I'm going to get a drink, and we'll get back.
Yeah, good point, Damar. If we all auto-played in a manhunt, that would actually be an insult to having Big on the stream, but...
I don't know, Manhunt I'm kind of alright with. I kind of find it funny.
Oh, what are we talking about?
To be fair, I haven't seen it in a while, but like women in heat can't be that much better of a stereotype than Irish drinking, so...
But it's Majel, she's so much fun.
Well, sure, but like Brenna was fun, and that didn't necessarily save the Bring Lloydie in this, so...
Yeah, I guess, but...
We'll see.
At least it isn't trying to be anything more than just a farce. Like, this tries to protect our point.
Only in the second half.
Yeah.
So where, if we're doing a draft, how far down the list would Rejoined be for you, Stars?
Probably be like round 4 or 5. I know I want to get Day of Honor in there.
Oh, but I mean, so that would be in like your top 30? Because we drafted 15 already.
Easily. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would say so. Yeah, Rejoined and Day of Honor would be in my top 30. I love those two episodes. What about you? What would be in your next draft, do you think?
Oh,
even
I can't get that away. But
so you'll trade for inside tips on mine, but you won't give any on yours.
No, I just meant because we brought that episode up. As I've been doing my own reviews, there have been a few that have stood out there. I'm like, all right, I gotta grab this one next time. So
it's good value, yeah. I think the two that I still want to do like most from my picks were I want to do Khan, and then the other one I think I really want to do was Bride of Chaotica, but I'd also really want to do The Wounded. I think those are the three that I think are.
Did you draft The Wounded?
If you left Bride of Chaotica
Wow.
unprotected, I bet it would fall to you in the next draft because we might all enjoy it, but I don't think it would be right at the top for us.
Yeah, Bride of Chaotica is a complete comfort watch for me. I absolutely adore that episode. I don't think anyone here enjoys that as much as I do.
Dude, I can't. My next comfort watch, my next pick is going to be comfort watch that I don't think anyone else is going to really enjoy it except for me. So I can't wait.
And we'll talk about it offline.
We'll talk about it. Sorry, I'm just setting some stuff up
so
for the
before you
next
begin,
episode, so carry on.
Yeah, that's all right.
Carry on.
Yeah, Buta, I'm really glad you're enjoying my Bond reviews, and that reminds me also, I want to highlight that I really enjoy how much you point to the music in Trek, because when it comes to the TV stuff, I don't pay as much attention to the score. I only pay attention to the soundtracks for the movies as much, because those ones I listen to on repeat. Because that's part of the thing I've been doing with the Bond reviews. I've always been trying to grab a track out of the main soundtrack and throw it in there. To just like, what do I think best epitomizes this movie? And I feel like I really appreciate you just putting in that focus. So thank you for doing that.
This draft, dude, like when I go through and look at them afterwards, I keep finding these common threads like, oh, this guy scored 3 or 4 of my picks, or this writer wrote 3 or 4 of them, or this producer or director was involved. So
yeah.
I think you can discover, oh, this is what I like, and then go to look at, oh, what else might I like based off that. So
I might have to do that with some of mine to see what the common threads are. I'll be interested.
Damar says, "What's the Bond reviews?" They're on a different a private channel that we have where we just kind of reviewing things, aren't we? Auto's doing Trek, you're doing Bond, I'm doing Marvel. Like we're just those little just things with each other. I think.
I did think about putting mine in the Trek server
we could do. Yeah.
Trek Time server.
I'm doing sort of like the Road to Doomsday, where I'm sort of like trying to watch everything before Avengers Doomsday comes out, which is mildly daunting.
Yeah, maybe I should put the text reviews in the Trek Time server in like I don't know, spam or whatever. I'm sure
we could have a private channel. Well, you could
just put it in bot spam.
Data call Bond review, and then
go search for it here, jackoffs. It's technically there.
I would have to rewrite half of mine because I'm a little blue because I knew I was doing it just amongst friends.
I applaud you for taking the time to make the clips, though. That is very good. Okay, hello everyone.
I'd start as you could throw in a few clips just because I find it hard to remember some of those old movies. So
I might do that. Yeah, might start doing that.
Clip it, son. Hello everyone. We're gonna watch some Who Watches the Watchers. Big's second pick for us today.
We watch the Watchers.
How do we? Who watches the people who are watching? Who watches the Watchers? I think is the.
That would be Chad.
Overtide and Damar.
That's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point, actually.
Buddha.
Hang on, we haven't had one of these for a while.
The clan Trelesta.
Because your soup is unsatisfactory.
There we go. That'll do. Absolutely makes so much sense. Okay, Who Watches the Watchers? How long has it been since you watched this one? I can't imagine it'd be very long for a lot of people because I generally do. I will say I would watch season 3 of TNG fairly often. That is my comfort watch. I'll go to season 3 of TNG and go, I'm just going to pick an episode because I know it's going to be a banger.
I think you're going to love this one, Idle. Not only have you mentioned it a lot, but I think the concepts of it in it are right up your alley because it is. I'll talk about it later. Is Roddenberry Trek in the best way, where it sucks out a lot of the emotionality you would expect from TNG and focuses on the concepts instead. So I think that'll titillate you more than the melodramas that I've been drafting.
Big? Why did I pick this one? Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, but just because what did I say at the very beginning when we were talking about it? It's like one of the more under-heralded great episodes of early TNG. Because it's like more than most, it feels like all of the central plot elements are just on a silver platter. It's like they're not, you can't misconstrue them for anything. It is what it says on the tin, basically. So and I think in some ways it kind of became an archetype for like the duck blind kind of episode, and just the idea of observing cultures without interfering with them. So just all of that together, and plus, I love the idea of basically just logic winning the day, and watching the species get it in real time. That is just a really satisfying way for an episode to end to me. So for all of that.
It's going to be a weird juxtaposition from going from like season 2 Picard to the pacing of like the season 2 style, and from what we've just seen and Up the Long Ladder to this episode, which is like you say,
they're what, like 6 episodes apart or something?
Yeah, it's really not that long between them. It's crazy.
It's really not that far. Yeah.
And actually, this is season 3, episode 4, and a season later we get the Picard family, who is so much more emotive and soft and pliable compared to like. You'll see in this one, he is fucking rock hard. He's like, well, why didn't you let them die? And it's a whiplash. So we're already reviewing the episode. We haven't.
Yeah, we should watch a trailer. So. Okay.
Well, I do want to sort of like to piggyback on Big's point. I think one of this episode's strengths is that like it's maybe not the most developed version of this plot, but it's like the example of it. It's the most undiluted, pure version of it. It's like, if you want to understand what the Prime Directive is, why you shouldn't break it, and what Star Trek's thoughts on anthropological study are, watch this episode, you'll get it. And then you can watch all the derivatives and the successors and like everything that comes after it, and it's like, cool, now I understand the conversation. But this is the opening statement, and that's a really... You don't get a lot of episodes where it's like, this is the opening statement of an entire conversation that will typify this franchise for like the next 40 years.
How many episodes does it take, Stars? 1? A million?
What? A few.
All right, let's watch this trailer.
You can draw a line from this to Insurrection.
Everything
leads back to Insurrection if you give it enough time.
We're watching a trailer. Let's go. Remember the game? I'm going to assume there were 3 trailers. Let's find out.
On the next episode of Star Trek, the next
Star Trek.
Explosions!
Accident exposes the crew
Falling
to
people.
a savage alien race.
That is a great stunfall.
Medical emergency.
Riker leads a secret mission to save
Riker carries people.
Riker, stop! We will keep Troy captive.
Riker, no.
Picard must sacrifice his life for Troy.
He will kill me.
Father, no!
It's going to be this. It's going to be a big part. Oh, there it is. Yeah, how can it be anything else?
I like they just
it could be
spoiled the plot. That's the episode.
A little bit.
It's a very modern trailer in that respect.
It could be, what's his name, Liko, falling off backwards, because that was a pretty cool stunt fall, but I think it's just going to be Patrick Stewart flinging himself backwards.
My other candidate would be the effect of Riker being beamed away while someone's running toward the camera. They love an effect shot.
They do like
I think it's going to be... It's going to be Picard getting hit with the arrow. Yeah. It's absolutely going to be that.
Okay, let's find out what number 2 is.
A secret rescue mission endangers Consular Troy on the next exciting episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation.
There it is.
They use the same like punch sound effect for an arrow being fired.
There's always that. All right, final one, hopefully.
Death Target on Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Death Target!
Starring Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Death Target. That is such an action movie name.
We gotta go back to that. I got.
Okay, that's gotta be the Shillering.
A secret rescue mission endangers Consular Troy. Death Target on Star
Death Target.
Next Generation.
Amazing. Okay. Boo's like, oh my god, he died.
Yeah, he ain't coming back after season 3.
Incredible.
I want to take a freeze frame of him getting shot and it's like Rick Scratch freeze frame.
Hi, wondering how I got here.
After the situation, yeah.
Oh boy,
dude, you never see the bottom of their shoes.
That's true, actually.
Their Starfleet issue shoes. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are the deltas? They should have them, right?
Fake giant, like snowshoe, delta-shaped snowshoe bottoms of their shoes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. One day they're going to find an alien that is just the Delta, and that'll be like the official mascot.
Big scribbling down how many death targets out of 10. I know that's on his list, his big board list.
All right, let's pre-rate it. I'm going to start. This is 10 out of 10. There we go. No further notes. Also,
going hard.
I'm going high. I'm going 10 out of 10.
So this is, and I might even call it out while we're watching, there's like a delineation point where the episode goes from meandering, boring, regular TNG stock stuff to holy shit, what an episode. And it really is like two halves where you get like Native American stylings and a slightly overacted Ray Weiss, and then all of a sudden Picard shows up and he's like, this is what first contact means, and it just blows your mind. So I'm going to pre-rate this 8.5 Star Treks because it is a great finish, beautiful finish, but like half of it is just an episode of Star Trek.
Don't you mean an episode of...
Exciting episode.
Hang on.
Of Death Target.
Of... Damn it.
Death Target, huh?
Yeah. Stars. Who's a pre-rating?
Like, Death Target has to be a drop now.
Death Target. Yeah, I'll work on that. Remind me.
Yeah. I'm kind of with Otto here. I remember this being pretty good, and then it like takes a massive leap upwards toward the end. But like we mentioned with Terra Prime and Demons, if you're gonna make one half of your episode better than the other half, make it the final half so that you end on a high note. Always do that. And I'm going to have to concur with an 8.5. Like, I know it's the idle rating, but like it feels about right. I'm expecting it to go up though. I wouldn't be surprised if I hit like a 9 or a 9.2, depending on how I feel about this particular watch through.
9 or a 9.2, but those are the only options.
I'm
9.1 right out.
I'd be shocked if this was a 10. I'd be shocked.
No, I kind of just threw it out there for nostalgia purposes. But I need to go through your guys' rating and see what your common denominator of like rating style is. But anyway, Big, take us home.
So I'm going to pre-rate this as 9.0175. I'll keep it simple. I think I'm going to pre-rate it a 9, just because I remember really enjoying this. Every time I've watched it, so nice.
Fantastic. All right, let me get my ducks in a row, and let's start this episode.
Blind them.
Have them beamed over from the Bring Lloydie planet.
But we didn't even talk about how stupid a name Bring Lloydie is. Like, who's Lloydie, and why should we bring him anyway?
It's the Irish word for dream.
Still,
so.
it sounds dumb. Okay.
Okay, Captain Idle.
Let's.
You're not allowed to, as an Englishman, Idle, you're not allowed to say that about Irish things. Sorry.
No comment. Okay, let's power up your Paramount Pluses, load in your VHS tapes.
When he sees Idle's going to drop the phrase "you people" and it's going to be clipped, and we're going to go off the
air. And by you people, I'm basically going to refer to basically you and Stars. That's who I mean.
Yes. Yeah.
You people.
My co-hosts.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean?
All right, let's start this episode in 5. Oh, hang on, let me just double check. Yep, okay, cool. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play. Ooh.
This is a good score. Another good Ron Jones one.
There we go.
Only 3 people. They really are like very, very economical with their teams.
And keep an eye out for the Native American stylings, because I do want to talk about that and contrast it to the Irish stuff in the last one.
Yeah.
Clueless Riker's back. Right.
No, he was leading Geordi into the answer.
Oh, yeah. It's so early in the season. They still have the creases down the front of their uniforms.
They haven't been through the laundry enough.
Yeah.
It's the rational Vulcans that become hysterical at the drop of a hat.
Oh my god.
To be fair, the Vulcans were like that before they sorted out the Surak stuff.
Guys, you need to get the magnets away from the monitor.
Degauss! Degauss!
Why only to warp 7? Why not warp 8?
So they have so they can bump it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was like the precursor to the
Ooh,
Yesterday's
that's a
Enterprise
good
shot.
Yeah, you're not wrong. How did you fall out like that?
Matt Frewer, no.
Slow zoom, slow zoom. Look shocked.
You don't say.
I cut it off because I'm a dick.
For
I
drama.
wanted to see what was on the other channel. So.
Yes. I wanted to see Starfield 101.
So last time I watched this, I remember when they get to the duck blind in a second, the remaster adds a bunch of like flashing and the electrical stuff.
This is
and
the
I remember
remaster
it being
we're
like
watching.
kind of annoying. The only time I thought it was
okay,
detracted from the episode. So we'll see if my memory matches.
Space.
Spice.
You got the dramatic Twilight Zone lighting, Stars.
Are you self-lit?
Yeah, I just realized that was very dark before, and I was like, you know what, I need to improvise the
bro?
light.
It's like well lit, yeah.
Can I get like a nice dramatic shadow going on?
No, I just want
Gotta
the
do it
framing
from
of the
below.
eyes. Just that, you know.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, so Big, you watched Outer Limits?
Yeah, I mean, my parents were big on both Twilight Zone and Outer Limits when I was a kid. So
I watched 3 so far, and I think like the sci-fi purists might really like it even more than Twilight Zone. It's got some really kooky sci-fi ideas, especially the alien stuff.
yeah, well, because I think Outer Limits were trying less for high concept kind of stuff all the time. It just seemed like it was more about the weirdness of the weak story than more higher-minded stuff. But there's room for both.
I love the little.
It's a good soundtrack.
Okay, isn't that very bright?
A little
Yeah,
bit.
it's a little bit epileptic.
Being flashbanged here.
Epilepsy warning for anyone on stream.
Yeah, scene shot by J.J. Abrams.
Also, electrical discharges and they're just wandering around. No rubber gloves on or anything.
You got insulated shoes, it's fine.
Yeah, we just saw the soles of their
This
feet.
is Vasquez Rocks, yes.
Yes.
You look so stoned right there.
This does have that TOS element of, like, there is a record keeper. We have to talk simple because we are simple people.
Well, they do that in Homeward in season 7 of TNG, so
That's not a good episode.
It's fine.
Morse code, my dear. Pan flutes immediately.
I was going to say, yeah. Bev's hair looks great.
Yeah, it's like the Crusher Bob at the beginning of season 3 is it sticks out.
Yeah, it's flashing us a bit
Because
much,
it's
isn't it?
flashbanged.
Yeah. Take time to forge. It's fine.
I mean, to be fair, you don't really want to be jamming shit randomly in. You want to, like, do it properly, right?
No.
You know, I mean, it helps.
It helps.
Look at those pants. They're like chainmail.
No, yeah, it's the straight up Monty Python wool chainmail. The macrame vest.
Listen, his mother made him that vest. He was very proud of it.
I like the tension. Although, maybe that's going on a bit too long.
The soundtrack helps.
Yeah.
Helps stave off the boredom in this. Also, if they're doing location shooting, I think they want to get the most out of it.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
That is funny framing.
Oh wow,
Martinez.
that's the same Martinez that turns up in First Contact.
Yeah. That's so silly.
Oh, here comes. Oh, great stunfall.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Snapped his back in 15 places.
I'm getting a new keyboard next week. I'm going to see if it's got this sound on it.
I mean, there's got
How
to
many
be something
Casio
like...
presets out of 10?
Your slow descent into Ron Moore.
Yeah, too right.
Yeah, Ron Jones is doing some good work here.
He's doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, because I mean, really, the action on screen is not.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on.
Conveying much in the way of tension.
But you got an interesting sort of perspective sort of view here.
Look at us pretending to be legitimate critics of media.
Someone's got to do it.
No, I think you do reveal a lot about yourself in the episode when you look at it from that lens.
Got away with it.
You've seen too much. So I'm guessing that'd be like a hard light hologram, wouldn't it?
Yeah, force field.
Yeah.
Projection.
Is this episode filmed in Vasquez Rocks? Of course it is.
Her hair.
So we're at about minute 9.
It's
or
like
whatever
sick bay hair week.
I mean, to be fair, the episode has started a lot quicker than Up the Long Ladder.
What doesn't?
Sure.
Yeah, it's true.
No, here it comes.
God just pulls out his phaser. All right.
Yeah, just vaporizes it.
Yeah.
Was a clone. It was a clone.
I mean, almost.
It's time for your quarterly evaluation.
Watch.
Ooh. I love her blink there. She has to process that for a bit.
Only works on Klingons.
Pulaski, name
Rare continuity poll.
Name drop.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
This guy's not fantastic.
No. No, it's like every gray head that's the head of like some science post or something. Pretty much every last one of them. Terrible.
I do great
that
use of
lighting.
soft lens.
Yeah.
Yeah, pump up the bloom and yeah, look at that. I like how no one has any peripheral vision in this episode.
Yeah, no one's paying attention to that guy.
Well, I mean, for him, it's the sideburns, man. That's practically wearing blinders.
Yeah, no, you kind of slacking on the job there, Bev.
By the way, he fucking bit it from like 40 feet onto rock, and he's still waking up and talking.
24th century
Good
medicine,
Lord.
man.
I mean, look at that
Oh,
bio
I
bed,
guess
though.
it is
That's
that
so
Vulcan.
23rd century.
Is that Vulcan biology? Is what?
Oh, I love that like shot of the Enterprise there.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Lighting's very nice. I'd love if there was just like a nice big fluffy pillow under his head.
The Delta. on it.
Thanks for visiting the Enterprise D. Here's your gift bag.
This pillow will now self-destruct in 5, 4.
Enjoy complimentary chocolates and martini. Orgy. Oh,
QG?
QG, orgy, something like that.
It's meant to be OJI, but yeah, the subtitles have it as PG.
OG, yeah.
Oh, proto-Kujian. She's not fantastic either. She's okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of like, I don't know, Ren Fair Savick or something.
Yeah, a little bit. I can see
it. Oh my god! If that's not the Schiller rating, what are we doing here?
Rains.
See, like this dialogue, like it's okay, but it's also very native adjacent.
I never liked the whole simple native talk kind of force thing.
Well, it's also a case of like, I guarantee you that's not their natural skin tone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
let's not forget how many of the
Vulcan.
Klingon actors are blacked up. Like,
Don't they do that with the early Vulcans, though, in TNG?
I think so, yeah.
Like Solar and whatnot. Well, maybe I'm misremembering. Karst topography.
Okay. Delirium.
It's so natural to have your medical officer be the heart of the crew and flow all the empathy forth.
Yep.
Like that was Bones. Pulaski does it. Doc does it.
Phlox as well. Culber as well.
It's such a natural fit, yeah.
Oh, this is the start of the kind of like, we're from the north trend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Up to north.
Yeah, so he just said altered skin color, so
yeah.
That is kind of what they're going for.
Which is fine if you want to set a tone for your race.
Literally. That is a great shot. I don't know about the dialogue, but I love the shot. Okay.
I don't mind a bit of Michael and Troy banter. That's pretty good.
That's fun. That's very Will Indiana.
Yeah. It's like talking about the Betazoid's quadruple sex drive kind of chat, isn't it?
Well, it makes me think of, just...
Insurrection as well.
Was I doing something to your neck?
Look at the stonework on those steps. Like, for people living in huts, that's pretty good.
Not savages.
Listen, they just laid those stones.
Yeah. Innovations in concrete. Romans did it. It's fine. Fento.
Fento and his brother Nil.
So this guy, the old guy, I think I like quite a lot.
Best hair in the business.
He's very native coded. Yeah.
He is, but
yeah, we should do Journey's End at some point.
You don't have to. It's okay.
We've done much worse on this channel. Twice.
We just did. Yeah.
She is the best of the lot.
Yes.
By far.
Yeah. Yeah, if her character doesn't work, this episode doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
She is... Oh, Nuria.
This is not far off from being an evangelical Christian movie starring Kevin Sorbo.
Funny thing about that.
Actually, I like that it takes a more dispassionate look at religion. And I mean, it does work up Picard, but it's more of an analytical episode than
it was real
sentimental.
Yes. No, I mean, yeah, like you say, dispassionate. It's matter of fact about the beliefs. It's not trying to necessarily cast any judgment on it until you get to Picard's speech at the end, but it just kind of lets things be what they are.
Overtime, don't throw that gauntlet down. No.
God, he looks like trash. I love how they've made him up.
Yeah, like his face was as gray as his uniform.
It's Sonic.
How was that not in the trailer?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the
the arrow
shot.
stunt.
Yeah.
Death target.
Fair point.
It's not wrong, but
yeah.
Try hard. Death target. Try hard 2. Death targeted again.
Oof.
Hornbuck.
Yeah.
He looks like the Tin Man if you took the nose off.
A little bit, yeah.
It's the guy just squatting on the steps above him. Looks like fucking David Bowie from Labyrinth.
Oh.
He's got quite a cutting profile.
We believe this.
Favors.
Well, favors. Yeah.
So you need someone a little bit worked up over the top to be like the threat driver in the episode, but I just Ray's a little bit too big. I feel like I'm watching Ray Wise play a character.
See, I don't know enough of Ray Wise. It's probably the only thing I've seen him in, other than being, was he Arcturus? But
I think he was in 24. He was the vice president at one point.
Fento.
I'm telling you, it's Fento and his brother Nil.
I like this track.
I will make this joke work, damn it.
No, I'm with you, Stars. I get it. It's good.
No, I just don't get the reference.
Fentanyl.
Oh, okay. Good night.
I was half expecting to punch him in the face.
Yeah, I was too, yeah.
Can I show you something? Picard!
So we're 20 minutes in. The episode's okay, but it's not what you remember, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just beam up.
Those boots are huge.
Well, aren't they things interfering with the sensor beams or whatever it was? So maybe it's interfering with transport.
They have to get slightly out of town, don't they? Also, I like the entire village went out to look.
Oh, it's wood, not marble or rock.
Yeah, the village is only 7 people.
Riker.
Oh, Yuri.
Oh, I thought she said Gary. I'm like, that's not an alien.
Actually, now I'm rewatching it. It's a good episode, but like it could be TOS. It's a sort of slightly TOS coded in certain ways.
Yeah.
Yes.
TOS would have been more racist than this, I think.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. But this is, it's a more refined.
Yeah, it's better than last episode for sure.
Oh god, yeah.
I just don't like that when you need simple-minded superstitious, you go for.
Yeah.
But don't worry, it's about to. The rocket's about to launch.
Death target.
That little fake bird in the background as they made a hawk screen. That's so funny.
Actually, I like to think it's probably a real bird, but they had to kind of go like, "Oh shit, it was in the shot."
I just like that it's clearly a modern compound bow that they just wrapped a couple pieces of fabric around.
It's a very modern-looking bow.
Being held by the Turkish guy from the Olympics. Huh? Did you hear someone dematerializing?
That was a weird bird call.
Ironically, I think it's the conference room scene that kicks off the second half.
Yeah. Ah, shit.
Can't we just, like, shoot a phaser on stun down at them?
Yeah, they did it in a piece of the action. Come on.
Yeah.
Go down with your own set of compound bows.
I didn't do nothing.
Wow, that was a quick deconstruction of his...
Yeah. Rare moments of Troy being competent.
So Dan said he liked her in this, so I'm going to try to shout him out.
Just a light flailing.
This isn't bad. They're trying to understand something bigger than them through their lens.
Yeah.
And she's great. What a great character.
Yeah, her reactions are on point.
I mean, they are what we're being told the Mentakans are is measured and reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liko's just a village idiot.
All right. 25 minutes. Here's where the episode begins.
That's a good reaction.
How is this guy a xenoanthropologist?
He's 15. 10 commandments.
Maybe 30, we're not sure. Well, I mean, that's not true, though. Like you say, this is not a very good anthropologist. Like, this would easily get written off as, like, a miracle or a freak thing that happened. It's only one village.
Yeah, of 7 people.
Yeah.
No 7 people? Albert Einstein.
Crescendo.
No.
Yeah, that's Shakespearean music.
Yeah, no Ron Jones soundtrack needed whenever Picard speaks.
I feel, yeah,
And by
Ron
the way,
holds
you're
up the
fucking
first
fired.
half.
Hey, Competent Riker's back.
Yeah.
His voice does not match his face.
How do you propose to convince them that I was a god in the first place, asshat?
Yeah, no, it's like, just because I disregarded your idea doesn't mean I want to hear your input anymore.
Yeah.
This entire thing wouldn't have been an issue if you hadn't fucked up in the first place.
You'd have just kept a couple more 9 volts in your other pants pocket.
Good tracking shots in this one. Robert Weimer. Data's Day violations, schisms, lessons, interface, parallels, masks.
Ooh, parallels.
Some duds, some bangers. Sorry, I like the little interplay here, the little subtext and teaching Data.
Yeah, it's cute. Like, season 1 would take 5 minutes to just labor the point.
Right.
Yes.
Speaking of value,
It's very natural Data exposition.
I do like this moment as well, him taking the responsibility into his own hands.
Well, because he wants to minimize the impact.
Yeah.
At least the initial shock. He doesn't want to overwhelm her, but it adds to the mano a mano moment. To the tension build. I don't love that big synth transition, though.
Yeah.
Bangers.
Pretty much every Picard line from here on.
Yeah.
Just dingers.
The hand clasp.
I'm sorry, I didn't iron my uniform.
This is probably my favorite track of the episode. Like, this is the distillation of Gene's vision to me.
So tender.
Such tenderness. I like the little hairband she has tying her braids together.
What's a door?
Dude, the strings here.
We have
the
holes
melodic
in our
strings.
walls. This is the scene.
And here's your Lily Sloan moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, Damar's with us. It's a fucking sphere?
Doesn't look very much like Vulcan from this angle. Looks more like Earth.
Mintucken, you mean?
Australia, really.
There you go, there's that facepalm.
I did a clip for this for the shorts. It was really difficult to get it in a minute purely because of the soundtrack. Was it always so?
Another great conversation.
Yeah.
Again, logical mind, like the Vulcans, like they explained earlier.
And he's appealing to that.
Mm-hmm. Sell them on eBay for £276 an item.
Who built a better hut?
Who built better children?
What I'm saying, Nuri, is your education system has a lot to be desired for. Hornbug.
Power she lacks.
She has never seen a bow.
Yeah, I love his.
Mm-hmm.
I love that delivery.
Like between his delivery and Ron Jones tracks, I feel like they just nail the mystical essence of things without needing that native tie-in of superstition and.
Yeah, there's just enough separation from the characters to, like, you don't know enough about them, but you can translate their meaning.
Now let's do a wrestling match. Well,
because I mean, and it also it borrows our own sense of wonder about space and still wanting to be on a starship, and we're kind of in between. Yeah.
The problem with that, though, is when Picard gets abducted by godlike entities, he challenges them directly. Get the fuck out of here! I've seen this kind of magic before. Come on, Q.
Maybe part of the reason I don't like his character is he clings to that small-mindedness after we've seen the breakthrough in her, and it makes it even more absurd by comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it's so there is still an antagonist, I guess.
Yeah, it's needed to drive the episode. I get that.
Yeah.
But also...
Well, because it's contextualized with his loss.
Yeah, there are also... Yeah, I don't think this is too far from the truth in the modern day.
Oh, watch. Here, Fento. See, the care for her, he understands, even though Riker tied him up earlier. Like, I like that little element from him.
Even a season ago, they wouldn't have had that moment.
No. Oh, yeah, I like the scene.
Uplift us as the Solarians did the Krogan.
The slow pull in.
The backslide, yeah.
I like how he looks up, slightly alarmed, but he doesn't answer yet.
He's just working it out. He's like, yeah.
No, I think what really sells this whole thing is that Patrick Stewart is really selling that he's having to work all this out in real time on the fly. Like, how can I appeal to what's going to really resonate with her in this moment right now?
Well, it's also interesting to me that, like, we know that for a fact the Prime Directive has been violated so many times, and yet there's no manual on how to deal with that when it happens,
No.
It's become such a Federation dogma that they can't even conceive of it being broken and how to react to it, really.
Ironically, Justice does this sort of thing where they beam up the blonde, curly-haired gal, and he shows her from the window, this is what your planet was like. So it's like he kind of figured out the formula earlier, and now he's trying to use it on her
Unfortunately, Justice wasn't this long or this thick, so...
Wait, so are they just going to, like, burn her or what? Oh, no, they're going to shoot her.
I'm going to say, that fire's pretty hot. He must be scalding his arm doing that.
It's not... I don't think you understand how fire works, Idol.
I know how fire works. It's hot.
No, you don't.
Okay, here's a little more. The acting from this guy is... It's okay. It's not.
Ten Prime Directive violations, you get a free sandwich. I should hope I should get a free sandwich. Fucking replicators are around.
What's she dying of again?
Radiation exposure, I think.
Dying of death.
Of death target.
Death
She
target.
was the death target.
So I think like they weren't going to pay him for another line, so they just have him mourn softly.
Oh, good timing bringing them and talking there. Nuria, sorry, I shouldn't.
You people, you're so close to saying it, Idol.
On the tip of his tongue.
So watch now in this upcoming scene, even though she's supposed to be dead, you'll watch her hand rise up and down as the actress breathes.
It's death twitches, it's fine.
Oh, good God.
There it is.
They needed to frame that differently.
Yeah. Just take it in a little bit.
Yeah, she's just breathing normal.
But we can't stop catching these bloopers.
Yeah, you would think in the process of the HD remaster that they could just maybe, drop it.
Yeah.
Well,
like 3%.
It's one of
They
those
just
things.
kill her,
How far do you take that kind of remaster? Like, you want it 1-to-1?
Yeah, no. At what point do you start getting into special edition
Yeah.
territory?
I'd rather they kept it in.
Like it's not huge, but just the fact that it catches your peripheral vision going up and down.
Never
is-
noticed it until now, but
Yeah, I'll be real. That's what you notice on your 20th watch through.
Yeah.
1.5. That's the problem with believing in a supernatural
Troy.
being.
she's not panicking either. She's about to get shot with a bow and arrow, and she's just like, "I'm going to reason."
Yeah, she's ice cool.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Well, it's the commitment to the Prime Directive.
Yeah, also
She
that
genuinely
kid
believes in
OG.
it.
A lot of OG's deliveries are not fantastic. I wonder how old she was at the time.
Maybe like 14, 15-ish. She's quite young.
Pamela Segal. Born in 66.
So she was probably
24?
22.
Oh, this is what?
Oh, it's
I
season
love
3.
the idea of his reaction there.
Yeah.
89.
23?
So 23. I demand better. Oh, we lost captions?
Oh, yes. Apparently, I only have it for 40 minutes in. Apologies. We have lost captions. Hang on.
That's fine.
No, sorry.
It's like he reaches his top speed emotionally. It's calling for more, but he can't quite elevate it.
That is inappropriate touching. Death target!
On Star Trek.
Mark. I mean, he's kind of cheating.
Nuria a little more out of the way.
Yeah, he is kind of cheating because he
well,
does
he's
have
just a really bad shot.
he does have like a mechanical heart. So
yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
but the rest-
fucking dick.
I used a blood pack.
I do
I've got
like that.
philosophy all over my hand.
I do like that reaction, the slow turn from her.
I mean, how would you react if you killed God?
That's most JRPGs.
Everyone's chill now.
It's like story time. So this is what I mean when I asked Shy about the noble savage thing. Like, is that...
I mean, it's a natural question to ask, is it not?
Yeah, I don't think this quite crosses into the... Like, I like how they explain it here. I just wondered his...
Hockey?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, he gets this.
Yeah.
Although, I'll be honest, I never recognize it after this. I know
Do
it
you
shows
not? I
up a
see it
lot.
everywhere. Well, every time he's in his quarters, it's always
It's
over
always
the back
on
of
his chair. Yeah.
I'm too busy watching her breathing hand. So I like that she does this. Like, this calls back to the most important memory for her is when they first touched hands.
End of the episode. Holy shit.
This simple feeling.
Could have done with a bit of a Troy
Jean-Luc
debrief there,
Picard.
but okay. Because, like, Troy's been through some
That's
stuff.
Yeah.
Fine.
It's not her
She's
episode.
psychologically resilient.
Not her episode, but okay. Let me get over here. Let me close that. I'll wait for Otto to get back and I'll push the button. Oh, Damar's gone 10 out of 10 already. I like it. Let me get down to my notes. Anyway, how's your guys' lives without Auto right now?
Empty. I'm so sad.
Like a soul. Like we're missing a god, like, or something, you know. I need purpose. I need meaning to my existence. It's not here right now.
It's only by the grace of Big that I persist.
By the grace of Big.
Oh, good God.
Gentlemen, I'm going to be disappointed if the Schiller rating isn't how many death targets out of 10. Oh, actually,
It's a good one. It's a real good
I do
one.
need to load that back up because I want to play that in the review.
Moving death targets.
Yeah. Go back over here. What am I missing?
You're not missing death target.
Definitely not. No, there we go. That fixed it. That one there. How many death targets? What's broken on you now? Right, hang on. That one. Bosh. Unblur. How are you, Big? How's your life going? How's the new house?
It's fantastic. It's kind of blowing my mind that we've been here almost a year now.
Wow.
It feels like it was just a moment, really.
a moment
But
in time.
as does the rest of life, I guess.
The fire in which we burn.
Can you stop screen sharing, or do you have more scenes?
No, I've just redone it because I'm gonna, when I do the review, I'm gonna talk about the death target because that's too good to miss. Anyway, let's do this. Hello everyone and welcome to Star Trek Trek, our ongoing journey through the episodes of Star Trek as we watch them. We have just finished Season 3, Episode 4's Who Watches the Watchers, featuring a very charismatic Jean-Luc Picard. We're going to talk about something very urgent here. So we did this on the Watchalong, and if you only watch the reviews, you will have missed this amazing... So every time we do a Watchalong, we watch the trailer first, and this stood out to us. So I'm going to play this to you guys. So
Death target on Star...
Death target. Why is it a death target? Let me just go back. So
Death target on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Welcome to Death Target, everyone. Oh, how do we feel about this episode? Who watched the Watchers? Okay, when was the last time you watched this episode, guys? And Big, why did you pick this one for your draft?
I said before the rewatch, it has always stuck with me. I've always loved this episode, and I feel like it's not talked about with some of the other early great episodes of TNG. So I was really happy to get another chance to revisit it.
Nice.
So we said that the last episode we reviewed was Up the Long Ladder. We said that one felt like disparate episodes. I feel like this is 2 episodes exactly, King Solomon in half, where you have this sort of meandering episode, mostly held up by Ron Jones in the first half, and then this like absolute banger distillation of Gene Roddenberry's vision for the future in the second half. What did you guys think? Did it feel like there was a juxtaposition there?
It's weird, you know.
I think.
Yeah. No, this. There's definitely a before and after, and essentially it is like when they discover about the Picard, and like beforehand, you're kind of. I think you said it quite well in the Watchalong auto. In that Ron Jones held up a lot of like the shots across the canvas that is Vasquez rocks as Ray Wise's character sort of like tries to sort of scramble up the rock face, and it's kind of 2 halves. And I think once they sort of discover about the Picard, and then it becomes sort of like the kind of the nature of the Prime Directive comes into play in this episode, and this is kind of probably the biggest episode to kind of showcase the Prime Directive in its full entirety, really. Other episodes kind of deal with it as a kind of an aside, as a consequence. Yeah, pen pals possibly. But this is kind of like the sort of like they always sort of refer to, we can't interfere with that. We'll betray the Prime Directive, but it comes into play here and is explained to the locals as well. So I've gone wildly off topic. Stars, you were going to say something.
What was I going to say? So I think that there is to a degree, a juxtaposition of the first half and the second half. I think, however, that the first time you're watching it through, you really don't feel that. Like, I always kind of keep that in mind when we watch an episode of what does this look like to a first-time viewer, and what does this look like to us who have watched this episode. Like, I've seen this episode probably at least 4 or 5 times. I think some of us along here have already seen it even way more, in the double digits at least, right? But I always think about the first time that I watched this with Brody and Marie. Like, I think for every episode of Star Trek and how they took to it. And for them, like for the first time viewer, there is no separation. The 2 parts are intimately linked. Like the second half doesn't work without the first half in terms of you have no investment in Nuria and her people and her plight and what it actually means to be Mintarkan and what would be lost if they allowed them to fall into the Dark Ages, if you don't get to see them working it out. Like, you say it's meandering, and it's like, to a degree it is. I think that there's like, you could easily tighten it up a little bit with like a few
physically
rewrites.
meandering is...
Yeah, but I think that's important because to the Mintarkans, like to people who are without who are stuck in the Bronze Age, who are still grasping with superstition and slowly rejecting it and coming around to science. That's what life is. It's meandering and trying to find answers, and grasping concepts and trying to isolate your own path in the world because there's no one who can tell you what to believe. So, like, you have that meandering thing of, well, the Mintakans don't understand. You need to watch that process play out so that when Nuria is beamed up, you absolutely understand what her mindset is. And then the crystallization and the steps of that crystallization in Picard, you have the emotional context for it. And I don't know. I feel like there is that separation, but I feel like it's necessary. Like, you have this disparate view of the world as the Mintakans see it, the world as Starfleet sees it, and then the marrying of the two into, like you say, into that Gene Roddenberry vision of what the world is.
The one
Well,
thing
I think also just you sorry.
No.
Well, I think you don't want to overcommit on the Mintakans too early in the script. It's like you want to leave them kind of vague and mostly a blank slate, so that you can shape the rest of the story and them along with it. That's like you don't want to, make too many things concrete too early.
There's one thing on the Mintakans, and I think it's pointed out, and I've never noticed in this episode before, but it's pointed out earlier that they're talking about them and they're saying like they're very logical. They're very, like their Vulcan ancestors. They are very sort of disproportionate and emotional, and sorry, not unemotional. They take things logically and sort of talk it through. And apart from Ray Wise's character, who goes a bit batshit insane at the end, but
Liko,
yeah, they actually then show examples of that, and they show it like when they're talking about Troy and Riker and Palmer being abducted, and like later on when they're trying to rationalize and sort of work things out, you see those traits. It's not just a case of show but tell but don't show. They kind of do both, which is a very rare thing, and it's kind of appreciated for myself.
Yeah, I think that what's the context with Liko is that we see all these examples of characters who are, like I say, calm, rational. They are not immune to superstition.
Until they're death targets.
Until they're death targets. And then you've got Liko, and Liko does very much stick out as this superstitious, emotionally frail, volatile element. And you kind of think, well, this is like why is he so much unlike the other ones? And the thing is like, I think in our heart of hearts, we all wish that we were Nuria. But I think that a lot of the time, if you were thrust into in a situation like this, we would kind of react a bit more like Liko. Like, if I came to rush again, like something that I genuinely had reason to believe could give life and take away death, I would have... what's the very first thing you ask for is something for yourself or something for someone that you love. You don't immediately start thinking to break it down rationally if you are presented with something that every sense that you have is telling you goes one way. Like, it's one thing if it was, like, say, one of us. Like, even then, like, we have so much evidence nowadays of how many people would fall victim to superstition or to irrational thinking because of what our own biases tell us we want to believe.
It's a weird thing, because imagine if
we all want to be Nuria, but how many of us would actually be Liko?
But like, well, the thing is, like, if you were Nuria and you're presented with the Picard and you didn't quite buy into it, and you said to him, "Oh, could you bring?" If you knew you were in front of the ultimate being and you could ask for anything in the world, anything at all, with a chance that it might be honored
Season 5 of Enterprise, obviously, is what we would all ask for.
I was going to say Season 6 of Lower Decks, but okay, fine, we think in different circles. That and pay my mortgage off. But yeah, no, it shows to kind of a character as well. But whether they... okay, here's my question to you guys. How far do you think they lent into the noble savage element of these characters?
Hold on, before we get there, I want to talk a little bit more about Liko. I think the character is fine. You do need the driver. You need the threat, the suspense. I don't think Ray Wise does particularly well in this. I also don't like him as Arturus in his other Trek appearance. I don't know if you remember him. He plays the vice president. I forget his name even in 24.
Oh.
And his part in that plot is
Yes.
the rest of the characters don't know if he's part of a conspiracy. And so when you watch him act, he has to ride the line between is he part of the conspiracy or is he an innocent bystander? And he displays a lot of nuance in that. I don't think there's much nuance here. Part of it is understandable. He sees the Picard, okay, and he goes up to like an 8. And for the whole rest of the episode, he stays at an 8, trying to convince people, and he's animated, but he's not overly animated. And even then when he gets to Picard, I feel like he doesn't kick it into that other drive that I want when he again comes face to face with this character that he's been ranting about the entire episode. Like, he should have been really crazy. And then at the end, they cut the scene, and when he comes back, he's totally, again, almost devoid of emotion, and he understands entirely the logic behind it. And it's like he goes from like a 2 to an 8 and then back to a 2 at the end, and I didn't see a lot of nuance in between. When we reviewed the Twilight Zone episode, The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, Dan and I thought, okay, we can see that paranoia kick up like that. And Stars and Idol, you said, I thought it was a little unrealistic as to how fast it went up. And it's funny that, you know, in this now, granted, you actually do see the Picard and you see Palmer. So they see actual evidence of aliens. But I think, again, it works like the paranoid jumping up. They even go maybe even slower than I would expect because they want to emphasize the logical aspect of it. But I do like that the paranoia slowly like grips the community as they see more and more evidence. I just don't think Ray Wise did great in his portrayal.
I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that.
So I have a little bit of a theory on that, and it's something that kind of pops up periodically when actors are playing Vulcans, is that they read playing a Vulcan as doing everything flat. So I think maybe him going to 8 was his going to 10 as a proto-Vulcan character, and there wasn't another gear, because then if you try to take anything above that, that goes beyond what he would interpret as being, Vulcan. It's just a thought.
Because I don't think he's a bad actor. I just, in this particular role, is a little off to me. Sorry, Stars.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think there is absolutely an instance, especially with Vulcans, where it's like the guest actors are either like you have your big greats, right? You have Nimoy, you have Leonard, you have like Blalock. I think Peck also is like kind of up there. You have Tim Russ, obviously, who's amazing. And then you have like Gary Graham, I think does a pretty good job. And then you have a lot of really bad ones. Like you have like a lot of like I think Enterprise Vulcans, especially, just like are unable to ride the line of like being like a dick, but it's also a case of it's colored by the writing. I think also maybe DS9's what's his name, Solok, like the head of the
you have Sakath from Sarek, who did pretty darn well as
And yeah, I think it's just a case of like how well does the actor understand the assignment? How not all of them can do it. Like you say, like it's a case of that role in 24 of like writing the nuance and showing and acting out subtext. Do you know if if Ray Wise was told if he was part of the conspiracy or not and knew how to play it, or if he was left in the dark until? I
don't know, because they tend to drag that out in that show, so the resolution might not come to like 4 or 5 episodes later. So I couldn't tell you, but
because I'd be interested to see if he knew the context of that and how to play it.
Wait, so let's talk about 24 watch podcast. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Because as I'm running down the list, like Liko and his daughter OG were like not fantastic.
OG.
And then you have Fento, who does some small nuanced stuff that I enjoy, and then Nuria, like as the face of the Mintakans, the episode works because she works as an actress.
Okay, so this episode was written by Richard Manning, who as two people wrote this episode. One of them was Richard Manning,
and Hunk Beam Up.
Sorry. Okay, who also wrote Coming of Age,
Logic Face.
Yesterday's Enterprise, Allegiance, Paradise from DS9. Also wrote Shades of Grey, from what little there was of that. Was also co-written by Hans Beimler, who also wrote all those episodes, but then struck out on his own with a lot of DS9 episodes, including Swords of Kalis, Trials and Tribulations, Empok Nor, Far Beyond the Stars, Siege of AR-558, which we reviewed, What You Leave Behind. So some good credits there.
That's a resume. Yeah.
Good resume. This was directed by Robert Weimer, who did would go on. This is, I think, it was one of his first ones he did for TNG. Would go on to do Data's Day, Violations, Schisms, Lessons, Parallels, and from DS9 Profit and Loss. So yeah, some good resume. There's a good sort of hitter, and this is one of the episodes I kind of characterize as sort of having that early TNG season 3 feel. Because there was kind of treading the line between, like, right, we'll come back past the writer's strike. We need to write these sort of heavy-hitting episodes. We've had a bit of time. We've changed the uniforms. We've kind of changed the characterizations because Picard is a different person after this point. But it still retains a few of the little familiar little things from early TNG. Like, we've got the Ron Jones sort of sparkly soundtrack. We've got some of... I don't know, some of the characterizations, but guys, the one thing I want to sort of talk to you about, like, I know this is the first episode where the Prime Directive comes under full fire. What are your thoughts on how they dealt with the Prime Directive here?
If I can just give a word about the direction, the Vasquez Rock stuff, some of it is great, that tracking shot when Troy and Riker first beam down, but I feel like they tarry on it a little long, and that's where Ron Jones has to make up the differences. They're like, okay, we're going to be doing this location shooting, let's make the most out of it. But there was a lot of running around in the rocks that, I don't know, if you gave it over to the second half, how much more can you expand that and still keep up the excellent pace and the excellent dialogue? Maybe they could have given them another 5 minutes or something in that regard.
Yeah, in terms of, like, the season 3 feel, like, I'm looking at TNG season 3 and the beginning of it, and you've got Evolution, the Ensigns of Command, the Survivors, Who Watches the Watchers, the Bonding, Booby Trap, the Price. Like, there's a lot of episodes that, like, I would characterize as simple but effective in terms of laying out what... Because, let's be real, we've found a lot to like in occasional episodes of season 1 and 2. But as a show, it's very scattered, and its ideas are not always easily boiled down into a single episode. So I feel like a lot of season 3 is like, we need to codify this, we need to codify this, we need to codify that. And I feel like if you look at it from that instance, I feel like the simplicity works in that regard because you start a conversation and you can develop it. You know, like if we're talking about the Prime Directive, you need this episode so that you can start having stuff like Homeward, so you can start having like stuff like what's the other one? Is it Progress? I think Progress kind of also in terms of the Prime Directive and interference in alien cultures.
First Contact has a lot of elements from this.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like if you're talking about it in terms of archetypes, I think it is very archetypal. But there is a strength in setting down the archetypes so that you can have a framework within which to work. Like you have to do the necessary groundwork in order to lay the foundation, as it were.
Picard strikes me as uncharacteristically reserved in this one. I'm looking at those early season 3 episodes. The Survivors, when he works out what's happening on Rana, he's a little more animated. In Booby Trap, when he gets to go hang out on the Promelian battlecruiser, he's almost giddy. Riker calls it out when he gets back. The Enemy, when he's jousting with Tomalak. I mean, I could go on the Defector when he talks to Jirok. And in this one, he's so dispassionate. It works. I don't think it's the wrong choice, but it does. Yeah. Then why didn't you let them die? And when he's... I guess the most animated he's getting is when he talks about the Prime Directive and how sacrosanct it is for the Federation.
It's a weird contrast between, like, because his season 1 and 2 self is a lot more sort of authoritarian, and I'm going to be the sort of like the higher command here, and I'm going to have this sort of almost naval British talk. But then he softens for season 3. He almost has you start to see the sort of reflect. And this is Patrick Stewart's probably involvement and Gene probably stepping away a little bit more at this point, where he's then starting having a bit more input and saying, well, I'm going to have these thoughtful moments. I'm going to have these bits where you can see him react. And Patrick Stewart's reactions in this episode are some of the best, because that's how you kind of get the scale for what the Prime Directive means to him. In that, how, especially when his conversations with Nuria, when he gets through to her and then he doesn't. When back in the Ready Room and she pleads with him, and he sort of has to put his head, or figuratively put his head in his hands and sort of take a step back and say, I've not got through to you. And that's kind of the difference to me, and like, you wouldn't see that in season 1 or 2 of TNG with Picard.
And see, that's the only moment of the entire conversation with Nuria that doesn't quite hit for me, because it means that Picard doesn't quite get it either. It's like he's trying to see things from their perspective. I mean, I think the whole second half of the episode is Picard at his most Socratic, really, because he's trying to lead. I forgot the character's name already.
Nuria.
Lead Nuria to the direction that he's trying to get them to abandon this, the superstition of the past. And the only way you can do that is for them to see it, and then for them to have it be their own idea. But so he has to be able to understand that she's not necessarily going to follow that in a straight line path. There can be regressions and, things where she's thinking through, well, yeah, but you did this, so why couldn't you do this? And be able to anticipate that. So I think that not being able, I didn't reach you, well, not necessarily. I think you reached her most of the way. She just doesn't fully grasp it yet, and you still need to do some more work, is what that meant to me.
Yeah, I think in terms of like the point that Auto's getting of him being at his coldest, I think that like there is absolutely a point of him in season 3, these opening episodes being more clearly defined in different capacities of like, the Ensigns of Command with the Sheliak, you're seeing him as the Brinksman. With the Defector, you're seeing him as like the Starfleet military commander. And here, I think he's, like you say, his most coldly philosophical. And I think that's part of the reason why that moment actually works for me, is because if you take Picard as trying to emotionally remove himself from the situation and see this with cold, dispassionate logic, as Starfleet would want him to do, he has that great moment with Crusher where, like, he says, maybe you should let her die, and you can see her take a moment to collect herself and not just snap, shut the fuck up, Jean-Luc, because she is so much a bleeding heart, and she has to reach him on that rational level, and that sets up him going for the rationality, and he walks her through this, like you say, it's a Socratic dialogue. It's like, if I go through this, you understand that. If we understand that, then I move you to this point. And now you have understand the framework, and we have set up like our dialectics, right? And he's like, cool, as a philosopher, I have now reached you through dialectics, you should now understand. And then Nuria, like a real person, goes, but wait, and he's like, fuck, yeah, I forgot I'm not dealing with a philosophical argument. I'm dealing with a real person. And that's when he has to get a bit more emotionally involved and appeal to emotion. And I feel like that's kind of like Picard's own little journey through here, is he has to reconcile that dispassion with the fact that dispassion just doesn't work the instant you hit, oh, the Prime Directive is contaminated, we have to work with it. And I think that I did mention it during the Watchalong. I think it bears repeating that it's absolutely ridiculous that with as many Prime Directive violations as there are, Starfleet really should have a manual on how to deal with it. Like, obviously, it won't be one size fits all, but he seems so unprepared to deal with it. I like that he's unprepared. It's nice seeing Picard deal with that vulnerability, but like, come on, guys.
You had
we need more internal affairs episodes.
Yeah, you had the scientist guy turn around and say, well, Picard, you've just got to become their god and tell them what to do. The sort of...
that fucking guy.
Yeah.
So, to put a bow on the dispassion, I don't dislike it. It stands out to me that this almost feels like it's from a different season.
Yeah.
The reason it works is if you look at this as the seminal First Contact episode, every time they do a First Contact episode, the conflict comes from the fact that if you have a fucking heart and you see what those people are going through, how can you not reach out and help? Pen pals, that little voice in the void of Sarjenka calling out, how can you not do it? The only way to fight that is with dispassion. The reason why the law exists is because it is hurt more than it has helped. And so to fight that passion, that gut-wrenching call to the void, it has to be dispassion. And so even though it may not have fit within like the arc of season 3 or whatever, I think it highlights why the law exists, and then it highlights the conflict of those kind of episodes. So if you wanted to say this was like the pivotal, the seminal First Contact episode, I would not argue.
Yeah, I think that, like, especially if you compare it with Symbiosis, like, I think Symbiosis is such like an absolute abject failure of how to epitomize the Prime Directive as a law worth following. And this is exactly how you do it right, because you watched it, like, you get to this point in season 3, and you're like, the Prime Director's so fucking stupid, man. Like, just, like, you know, I understand it's your law, whatever, but, like, you just break it when, whatever. And then you get to this episode, and you see what, like, a tiny little thing, like causes. You see how thoroughly it upends their lives. You see just how much of an effect it has. And by the end of it, you're going, fuck, the Prime Directive is actually important. Fuck, I hate that they're right. I hate that it's correct.
Damn it.
And, like, you have
document
that
telling us what to do.
But that struggle is so important. Like, that's why you're absolutely right, Otto. Like, the struggle between the two and how you reconcile them is like it's such a Roddenberry thing. Like, actually,
it's his crescendo, which I love. I called out when we were watching. Now you're asking me to sabotage that achievement, to send them back to the dark ages of superstition and ignorance and fear. No, and you can just see him build as he's almost working it through his own head. It's like, why does this law exist? All right, because if we do this, it harms them in this way and this way, and it is an achievement, I think, for them to grow in the ways that they have. So, I got to call out my. Oh, please.
Sorry. Well, no, I was just going to say that I think part of what sells it, and it's something that it only comes through every so often, was just Picard's deep underlying reverence for the Mintakans as a people. Like, he really is taking ownership and stewardship of just nudging them along and keeping them on the path that he thought that they were on before any of this happened. And just like that's typified most in the line of, you know, when why I keep forgetting her name. Good grief. Nuria. Yeah. You know, so it's like, you know, maybe one day we'll build ships like this, and he said, of that I have absolutely no doubt, because he sees himself and the Federation in general in the Mintakans, and he wants the best for their future. So that's where I think it comes from, and it does. It reads as dispassionate a lot, but it's coming from a place of love and respect, I think.
Okay. Final
I'm going to call on my boy Dan, who chose not to be here today, but he really likes Troy in this episode.
Sorry.
Thank you. He really likes Troy in this episode. And she's wholly competent. We gave her like a flower, a petal in the last episode. She's much better in this one.
Yeah.
She's on the planet. The little byplay with Riker throughout. What did you guys think of Troy?
Cold and competent. I mean, like, she's literally looking at an arrow about to shoot her, and she's just like, hey, do you ever consider your gods are not real? And, like, the balls on her, like, to do that.
That line, that's the problem with God, is knowing what they want.
Yeah,
that's kind of the crux of the entire episode.
And there's a cute moment with her and Riker as they're sort of like, you know, they're freshly beamed in, and they're having a little bit of banter back and forth, and it's fine. It's nice. I think this is the better showing from Troy. And I don't want to say, sorry, that sounds so dismissive of Marina Sirtis. A better showing of Troy's writing in this episode.
She is an underwritten character.
Yes.
She is. Yeah. Well, I actually want to piggyback on one of your points, which is like, yeah, she has that stone cold calm when she's having the arrow like pulled on her, but I really appreciate the way like Sirtis plays the, oh fuck, okay, we're fine, when the instant the arrow is no longer on her, because like she's not inhuman.
Yeah.
Like, she is, like, guess what? She's still someone who was under mortal threat, and it's like, I appreciate that moment of vulnerability, and she's not castigated or, you know, looked down upon that. It's like, no, that's a completely normal human reaction. Like, given how much TNG would frequently take female characters to task for daring to be human, and like denigrate them and imply awful things about their impulses. I'm kind of glad that that was just allowed to sail through like it would for any other character.
Okay, Wesley Crusher does not appear on this episode. This is the second time we've seen because we just watched Up the Long Ladder and he's not appeared on that episode also. This also features the final direct reference to Dr. Pulaski on the show. She's never mentioned again on TNG. I have to clarify that after
It's such a shame when she fell down that turbo shift laughed.
Yeah, so no more Pulaski. Otto, what have you got before we get the loaf of bread out?
Yeah, just because we did watch Up the Long Ladder, I do kind of want to hit this point. Does this cross the line for you in terms of appropriation? With Native Americans, we get the pan flute, we get the terminology, the hornbuck. They reference in dialogue that they put on brown face to blend in with these people. This watch through, I felt like it. I can't really give you an answer. It rides the line. There's a few moments where you're like, I wish they changed that. But other moments where they tap into the mysticism of it that really elevates the episode without directly mentioning it's just because when I feel like when they need small-minded, superstitious people, they end up going a lot of times, especially in Voyager, with the native theme. Yeah. Did this ride the line? Did it cross the line? What do you guys think?
This is very typical Star Trek. I mean, even going back to TOS, think if I can eat pluribus.
Miri.
It doesn't make it better, but
it does. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But it is a very trope of, and this is not going to be the first, and it's not the last time it's done it. Even modern Trek does it to a degree as well, where your simple-minded folk are talking about the All-Father, and we tracked it through the stars, and we saw a person disappear to the heavens, and it's sort of very kind of simplifying things, and that can be interpreted as certain racial tropes. I wouldn't say it's specifically, this is me talking from a white British person, like Native American. There are certain European trends that also can be attributed to it, but from the location of where it was written from, you're probably right. This is more sort of like Native American coded than anything else, but I wouldn't say it's offensively so. I just think maybe it's more just a case of like laziness on the writing's part to say like, right, let's just make them a little bit simple sounding. But they pull through a little bit with their reason and their dialogue. Someone more eloquent try and say what I'm saying.
Well, and I do think it hits different for the Americans in this group than it does for others, just because we have seen a lot of it. But I think it is a lot of visual language, visual shorthand to try and not convey that without having to put too much dialogue into it. But does that make it good? No. Does that make it right? Absolutely not. It was not necessary to make these choices. It's like, because I don't know, especially if you're taking it from the perspective of proto-Vulcan, it's like, what in the tableau of Vulcan history really ties into something like this?
Okay, but what do you change?
The beads and the bows and the
what do you change here? Because all primitive cultures use bows. Like that is like essential. In saying like going for like bronze axes, you look through any kind of like archaeology and you sort of see certain trends between developing things. Like what specifically makes this? And this is not me like antagonizing. I just want to delve into it a little bit. But like, what makes this specifically a sort of like an American? Native American kind of trope, as it were.
Well, I did mention a few of them: the pan flute, the calling out that they changed their skin tone and beat me down. Which I don't want to get too much in the weeds. When I think of, like you said, Big proto-Vulcan, early Vulcan. In the motion picture, when Spock is there, I think of these towering, gigantic, the red stone figurines, and like the volcanic landscape. If they would have leaned into that, like maybe their gods, plural, are these giant mythic creatures. Maybe they have some statues built to them. They could lean into that instead of the superstition and the simple-mindedness. So,
yeah, I could see that. And I guess some of it is just they always had access to the Vasquez rocks, so that's just what they're gonna do. But yeah, it rubs me the wrong way. It's the sourest note in this episode for me, I think.
It's not. Hey, in the history of Star Trek, it's certainly not egregious, but I feel like you notice it at least.
I've got two thoughts on this. One, I think that you have to kind of ask yourself, and I think Idle was kind of driving at this point a little bit, which is that, okay, this came out in 1989, 1990?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Logically, what's the alternative choice? What do you go with instead of Native American? Do you go with, like... Well, what evokes that?
Feeling affection.
I guess, like... Yeah. And my other thought is that the reason part of the reason why I think it didn't come across as specifically Native American for me for a while, until you kind of mentioned it, was that the spirituality is completely different. This is not how Native American spirituality conceptualizes the world in terms of an overseer and one monolithic god that like has that kind of power. That's not how Native American mythology really characterizes.
Well, they talk about gods controlling the weather. There is certainly some dialogue in there that is in the Native belief structure.
I guess, but like if you like, I guess what there was an X-Files episode I watched recently that was about like specifically about whales and that one, which was whatever. But it is certainly adjacent, but I feel like it lacks that specificity. And it reads enough as generic precursor culture or pre-modern culture, pre-industrial Bronze Age-ish. I think it definitely does twinge more towards Native American than it would if you did say it now. But I just sort of question, if you were in charge of communicating this era of humanity or just of civilization, what would you go for as an alternative rather than the pan flutes and like the kind of the vaguely Native American iconography? What would you choose as an alternative?
I think
that's a genuine question.
You guys need to
you could go like a Sumerian route, like a Proto-Indian kind of route. You could go.
You still got panpipes.
Egyptian.
No matter what you've got panpipes.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's one track when he beams up Nuria, and then in the into the observation lounge. That's my favorite track. There's a lot of synth in that one. I don't think it's very pan-fluty from memory, and it evokes, like I say, the mysticism that you're going for. But there's something you said, I don't know when, Stars, it always comes up in my head. You're like, you were in the middle of a rant, you go, you're a sci-fi writer, for God's sake, write something else. Like, they could have gone any direction that just tiptoed through mysticism without hitting those touchstones that we're familiar with, at least as Americans, as being culturally native. Like I say, it's not egregious. I just feel like it's because of the last episode, the Space Irish was so bad.
Yeah,
I feel like this is a better way of handling it, but it's still...
It is still... I mean, you've got to think they're playing into sort of like, they're serving to the general audience what are familiar notes that they can play to people to get them to pay attention to. Not necessarily indicative of like the writers saying like, oh, we're going to portray them as Native Americans. They all love pan flutes. Let's do that. It's more a case of Ron Jones sat in front of his keyboard and went like, ethnic section, panpipes, fuck it. Okay.
I don't know if it was quite that approach. But
that's how I write music.
I also have to kind of point out, it's like you say, although I definitely agree that it is coded that way, and I guess maybe me and Idle might be missing out on some of that context because obviously British.
I mean, we're British. We colonise everything. We take everything. It's fine.
Yeah. But it's also like it stands in such strong relief to the stuff that we'll get in Voyager with Chakotay,
Yeah, it's the lesser of the evils here. How about, while we're talking about these pan flutes, we enjoy a nice slice of bread whilst eating them. So let's have some bread. The moment or subject in the episode that took you by surprise and made you go, oh shit, that's like bread from Babel. Stars starts off. What was your bread of the episode?
So there was a specific shot that I don't know if I've ever really paid close attention to, but it just stuck out to me a lot in this viewing. It's from the ready room scene between Nuria and Picard, where she's grasping at the Stargazer model, And there was just something about the way that it was shot, like a certain intimacy to touching that physical prop in a way that no one, I think, ever touches it in the rest of the series. That just kind of struck me. And like, if you think about it in terms of like you're trying to grasp something that is completely alien to you, the shape that is so recognizable to us that we understand the history of and the significance of because we've been through the battle and peak performance, and we understand exactly what this is. And to her, it's just a strange iconography, this strange object, and trying to grasp the physicality of it and what she's trying to understand it to be. I think it was just a really. It's not overplayed, like it's only lasts for a few seconds, but if you think about it, it kind of boils down a lot of what her internal struggle is at that moment, in just a really, really effective way. It hadn't occurred to me in any of my other watchings of this episode. I really liked it. That was my bread.
Okay, I'm going to go next. My bread of the episode was early on, and it's when the force field goes off, and Liko climbs up the rocks, and then his head just pops up into the views, into the sort of little panel, and he's just sort of like disembodied head, as everyone notices, and like I think it's Data that first notices, and he sort of sits down. It's a weirdly comic kind of angle for them to sort of, he can sort of climb in or sort of look from a distance, but no, it's just sort of like the Muppet headed his way up into sort of looking in this room. That's my bread. Auto, do some breading for us.
So when I think about this episode, I do think about so Gene Roddenberry, when his name comes up and we talk about the behind the scenes of other Star Trek, it's usually him complaining to writers and showrunners that people wouldn't react like this in the future. We've worked out these things. We're evolved now. You wouldn't have these conflicts. And so when I think about this episode, I think about how Gene it is, and that it feels like they've worked things out. They wouldn't have those conflicts. I think about how dispassionate Picard is, and that boils down to the line, well, then why didn't you let them die? And it's so cold. And intentionally so, because like we said earlier, it's meant to emphasize why the Prime Directive exists. He knows Bev well enough. He knows she would never tolerate that. It's completely rhetorical. He's basically saying, just remember the Prime Directive. So that line, why didn't you let them die, is out of character, I think, with a lot of the rest of Patrick Stewart or Picard in TNG, but it hits hard.
Big Brandis.
So I noticed something kind of silly in this rewatch, and it's when Riker is getting Palmer out of the hut to where they can beam him away. How he looks like he is at death's door for the entire time that he's in the hut, basically. And then when Riker picks him up, he just trots right up the stairs as he needs to, right alongside Riker, because they really don't have another choice to get him out of there. And then finally, when they go down the stairs to get out, he stumbles a little bit. But until then, he was going stride for stride with Riker. So it's like not quite so dead as we were made to believe.
I forget who it was that said that, but isn't it wild that like this entire colony just has 7 people, like in the entire place? Like it's
it's budget. I mean,
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
The best
if you did it
advice
nowadays, you'd have more.
Is to just be yourself.
You're the worst thing that ever happened to Zek. You're the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Actually, that's the second best piece of advice.
In fact, you're the worst thing that ever happened to the entire Ferengi Alliance. No.
Just stop saying that.
Death target.
I'm going to start campaigning for the original Trigger back. I just want you to know.
Oh, I'm changing it every week. I told you I was going to. Okay. Best and worst moment. Big. Yeah, you're right. Big starts off. Best and worst.
So, I am going to just shamelessly steal things that Otto pointed out while we were rewatching this in both directions.
It's not stealing if you get to it first.
Yeah.
Damn right. No, so the best moment to me, well, okay. One I kind of already spoiled is when Picard responds, is like, of that I have no doubt, just reaffirming, how much faith and admiration he has for the Mintakans. But a subtler moment that if you didn't know was there, you might miss is the little pat on the shoulder that
Fento.
I forget. Yeah, it gives Troy to saying it's like I don't want to be doing any of this, and it's like it's still recognizing her
personhood.
Mintakenhood, whatever you want to say. Yeah, I don't have a good word for it, but your personhood of like you were not a prisoner. You are not a. I mean, you are a prisoner, but you know what I mean. So that it just says a lot in a little touch, and for
Riker ties him up, gags him, steals. Apparently, they're only linked to God, and then. Yeah, all that, and he gives her a pat on the shoulder. He's like, I don't blame you. I'm not going to go crazy irrational like Liko. It is, you say a lot with a little.
Yeah. And the worst is the dead hand rising from the grave of, at the bottom of the frame, where this dramatic moment where, Picard reveals the mortality of the people that were thought to be gods by the Mintakans, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. That the dead lady's hand, because she still has to breathe. She's, spoiler, not actually dead. She's acting.
Death spasms.
Yeah, and her hand just rises and falls at the bottom of the frame with her breaths, and I'm never not going to see that for as long as I live.
Auto.
Oh, thank you. Because there's the best one that I really like, and I was risking someone might steal it. When he first beams her up, I'm just going to read the dialogue. It's so... The lyricism, the rhythm of it, it's almost like spoken poetry. It hits really hard for me. Look at me. Feel the warmth of my hand, the rhythm of my pulse. I'm not a supreme being. I'm flesh and blood like you. Not like me, like you. Different in appearance, yes, but we are both living beings. We are born, we grow, we live, and we die. In all the ways that matter, we are alike. It just the rhythm of his delivery there and the writing is like, that is Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek. That's why we love Star Trek. It's so great. Like, the episode kicks into high gear. I mean, we do get that little conference room scene where he crescendos, and that's nice, but this is like, bam, this is the emotional climax of the episode for me, more than the reaction, the death arrow shot or whatever. My worst is just going to be Ray Wise's performance. I won't belabor it, but I didn't feel like he, especially in relief of Nuria and what little Fento got, I don't feel like he was great, even though he has to behave a certain way to drive the episode. Bread.
No. Best worst. But,
I know.
Okay, I'll go.
That's
next.
my punctuation at the end of my
everything is just accentuated by bread. Okay, I will go for my best first, which is going to say hello, Prime Directive conversations. This is probably the best one of them all because Picard talking to Beverly when she beams him up, and she even starts with a typical, "Yeah, I know, Jean-Luc, I've done it again. I beamed up a native," but this is kind of the first time, really, isn't it? Not the last time for sure. But yeah, the whole just like let them die conversation, like kind of hammers home the dispassionate of that agreement. But then how Picard's generally kind of forced into it. And he doesn't really come around on it. He'd probably sort of say, let them die again, but he makes the best of a bad situation. My worst, I'm kind of going to go for the rushed ending a little bit. He gets shot and then they're fine. It's a case of like, he didn't need to go down to the planet. Like, they could have ended it with him and Nuria on the Enterprise and her finally coming around and saying like, no, I don't fear you at all anymore. And then they could have then had that shot of them on the planet kind of working things out and going like, yeah, we're not gods. We work it out the best of us. So I kind of find that like that last like 2 or 3 minutes to be like, right, let's wrap the episode up. Let's go and done. So that would be my worst.
I mean, I disagree with you.
You may.
Because if he doesn't go back down, their last vision is shooting their god and he disappears. And that the point of the episode
I was thinking
is
not even
we
bother
are
shooting.
alike.
Like, don't cut that as well. Like,
okay, so just cut the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, it did make me think of something because if you're going back up to the ship and then coming back down, isn't the sling kind of gilding the lily a little bit to where it's like you don't really need that? But in the context of seeing who you thought was a god as just a wounded human being, then yeah, I think
he
going
beams
down
up
with
again, comes down in a
sling
crutch, beams up again, comes
really,
down in a neck
yeah.
brace.
Well, it sells it a little bit more
it does.
completely as vulnerability and mortality.
The point of the episode is we are alike, and he wants to show that, yes, you've damaged me as you would have been damaged by the arrow, but we're more alike than we are different. So I think it was a good capstone. It is a little bit like Sermon on the Mount / Sunday school, like he sits while they all gather around him and he dispenses wisdom, but I do think it works.
I'm not a god, but I'm incredibly poignant. Stars, best worst.
My best, I think I'm just gonna have to go for the Nuria Picard bit in the ready room, especially because I just really not in the ready room, in the conference room rather. Especially, I just really appreciated the lighting, and Picard's understated, but also just very. You can exactly grasp what his emotional state is and the stages that he's working through. Like Nuria is, if you don't have a good actress in Nuria, this entire episode falls apart. You need to be able to empathize with her, and you need the chemistry between her and Patrick Stewart so that you believe that they can come to a understanding and grasp one another as beings. So, kudos to the actress. I don't know her name, but she did absolutely. Guess what? Anytime you can get into a room with Patrick Stewart and match his performance, especially one that is as Shakespearean and big as this one, guess what? You're doing good fucking work.
It was a good reflection for him to bounce
shocked.
off of, because she was sort of very spoken. She's like, we lived in huts, and she sort of had the very
their leader. Yeah,
and she was their leader, but then she spoke simply in a kind of way we were kind of criticizing. But then that actually does lead to Picard sort of having that sort of discussion of I
wouldn't criticize her at all for
no
that. What is the line magic and technology? They're going through the steps of drawing the line for her, but I think that works. The simple-mindedness is not the issue. It's how they choose to exemplify it in other areas.
I feel like, and this is a difference between her and Ray Wise's performance. It's like you can still convey a sense of intelligence, even if you can't convey a full grasp of complex language. And she can do that, whereas Ray Wise never really gets there.
Yeah.
So it's not saying that he's dumb necessarily, but it's just he doesn't convey that same sense of I'm going. Yeah, it's I'm not there yet, but I'm going to get it.
You can trust that they will get there, right?
Yeah.
With people like Nuria and Fento, you absolutely believe that the Mintarkans will achieve what their path that is uniquely theirs that was worth protecting. It's absolutely great. I'm shocked that no one went for the worst, which is just Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren, the worst xenoanthropologist I can possibly imagine. Just hey, what do we do about this Prime Directive contamination? Lol, beam down and say you're their god, that'll fix it. I've got some commandments ready. I've just been sitting back in my fucking monitoring station, writing these up on just such an occasion. Yeah, I bet you fucking have, Dr. Warren. He's such an idiot. He just has... I guess it ties back to, it's the unique privileged position that Picard has as a Starfleet, philosopher king who can be all of these things to everyone. And this is just, a guy who has been sitting in an observation post for God knows how long. But just he completely lacks perspective in a way that is so damning. He's such an idiot.
He probably sabotaged the power relay to try and sort of do the whole if I do this, I'll become their god.
And you would think if he has been in some kind of long-term observation of these people, that he would care about these people and care about their development. But no, he's just willing to chuck it at the first sense of danger or disruption.
I think he does care. That's how he chooses to express that care. He probably feels like after years or months or whatever, he knows them well enough to know how they would react to Picard giving. Maybe I'm just adding subtext where there is none. I also think he doesn't emote great in other areas, especially when the lady dies in sickbay. So, but
adding subtext, us Star Trek fans.
He's such a it's not a great performance, and he is just as a character. Like, I as Picard would hear that, and I'd be like, "Cool, you're never going on a first contact expedition ever again. You're on a core world, and you're gonna do reports for the rest of your life because you're a fucking idiot."
Maybe that's why that's the angers Picard gets, is because he thinks this guy's so bad at his job. I've got to lay into him a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me while I do your job for you.
Yes.
Not good enough, damn it. Not good enough.
Not good enough.
Speaking of,
I can show you my rating code.
Schiller rating 3.5. Associational rating norm -3. That's much too low a rating.
Just not accustomed to seeing an unsatisfactory rating on a member of my crew.
Big, this was your pick, so this is your rating code.
Yeah. Well, I want to throw an honorable mention to the one that we talked about during the episode of what the actress. What was the character's name again? I should have the IMDb pulled up or something. Yeah, no, not Nuria. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
What's her name?
OG.
OG. Yes, that she very much looked like a Renaissance fair Savick to me.
Yeah, Renver Savick. Yeah, that was a good one.
But so in nod to the one scene of fun exchange between Troy and Riker as they're walking to the camp, how many negotiations for Riker's services out of 10 do you give this episode?
This feels like a Brenner
That could
Odell
also
moment.
describe up the long ladder. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yes.
Big. Stars. You take us away first.
Yeah, I don't think this episode is perfect. I think that there's issues with Warren's performance and with some of the writing there. I think that Otto is right that there's a slightly limited 21st century scale to 20th century actually to how to conceptualize this stage of a civilization's development. There's a little bit of a meandering to that early section. But fuck all that. It's an amazing archetypal episode that sets down so much of what is good about Star Trek. And like we said, if you're gonna make one half of your episode better than the other, make it the second half so that you go out on a high. And the ending scene is maybe a little bit like, oh, everything's wrapped up now and it'll be fine. But there's still that emotional core of being handed the heirloom that we know for a fact he keeps for decades afterwards. There's a genuine stake to this. This mattered. And in the wider context of Star Trek, it's absolutely integral because you finally this is the ultimate proof you need of why the Prime Directive is important and why Starfleet needs it. But also the contradictions inherent within and how much of how integral to humanity as Gene Roddenberry conceptualizes it. And it says so much about Gene Roddenberry that he had probably a lot less to do with this episode than he would have liked, in terms of actually showing his vision and the strength of it and the beauty of it. So I'm going to give this 9 negotiations for Riker's services out of 10. I think this is not perfect, but it is brilliant. It's incredible.
Okay. Yeah, this is a great episode. I'm not going to belabor the point because it is now 10 past midnight and we've been talking for 4 hours. Yeah, this is a good episode. It's kind of what I would categorize as a classic TNG episode. This is the Star Trek you fell in love with Star Trek for, especially those that were in that TNG era. This is the kind of you watched the people that watched TOS and loved TOS and then got into the spirit of TNG, watched it for things like this, the philosophical argument, the natives on the planets, the science fiction elements of sort of, being more than ourselves, and that kind of Gene Roddenberry vision that actually isn't Gene Roddenberry but might as well be inspired by. It has its flaws, it has its moments you can talk about, but I don't think they are too detrimental to the overall point. But I am gonna be, and I went 10. I facetiously went 10. I'm gonna do a rare sub digit here, and I'm not gonna say 8.5 because you fuckers won't let me hear the end of it. I'm gonna go for an 8.9. Not quite a 9, but it's not quite there. But it's thoroughly fucking good. It's such a good episode that, and again, it's season 3 is just a banger of a season of Star Trek. It is genre defining in the best ways. Auto. 3.
Yeah, there's even for me. There's a lot of little moments. Fento, his touch. We get this great soft lens when Liko is first beamed up to the ship, and
I forgot about that.
Good direction, because you don't have to say a word to show where his headspace is at. He's in heaven. He's groggy. He's in heaven. Some and then I called out some of the tracking shots. The direction is good, I think. They may have overutilized Vasquez rocks, but it was to good effect, some of the early stuff. This is an episode, it's still, you're right, Stars. On the first watch, you don't notice the break, but for me, I noticed the break at the halfway mark, and we have to rate based on this watch alone. And so how much credit can I give to one half? If I don't love one half of the episode, how much credit can I give to the other half? Turns out quite a lot. I'm going to give this, I love my malleable decimal points, but I feel like there is something significant to breaking the integer. I'm going to go up to 9 flat, same as you, Stars. It's funny how clustered we are on this. I'm going to go 9 because I feel like if you go 8 point something, well, then that's less than 9. Somehow that's like a step below. And I think it's hard to explain, but like I feel like that integer is significant. And if people were perusing the scores, and this should sit in that very top echelon. I mean, it's right under 10. This should sit under that because it is in so many ways. It's why we're sitting around talking about it, because you're not going to get this in 90% of other episodes, if not more. So 9 negotiations for Riker's services out of 10.
Well, before anybody even started talking, I was at a 9 in my head. So I will agree with the group, except for you, Idle. And I will give it a 9 out of 10.
Got to keep the gimmick going.
I think, to me, apart from the greatness of the episode as a self-contained piece of Star Trek entertainment, it's foundational for so many things that come after. I mean, not just in season 3, not just in TNG, but just in Star Trek. Like it updates the concept of the Prime Directive episode for 90s on Trek. And it set up a lot of little other dynamics. You know, it's like you can see stuff like Troy from Faces of the Enemy can come from starting from this episode. And, you know, the ongoing conflicts, this was kind of the seed of just how much Picard and Crusher can disagree on what you need to do to serve the mission or serve the people. And, you know, just every permutation of Prime Directive dilemmas, it all kind of starts here. And I think an underrated thing about this episode, and stuff like, you know, maybe like First Contact, the episode, not the movie, is seeing ourselves in the people, the more primitive people, because we want the future that we see in Star Trek, and them getting to see it firsthand kind of lets us see it again through their eyes. And I am an absolute sucker for that kind of stuff. It's maybe some of my favorite stuff in Star Trek. Just to be a kid again and to dream of being on starships and flying around the galaxy. That's that's what I got into this for to begin with. So it does have its minor flaws and quibbles, but I mean, I cannot give it less than a 9 out of 10. And so that's what I will do.
Fantastic. Well, at the end of that, we have averaged, unsurprisingly, a 9 out of 10 rating, which puts it...
Your vote doesn't matter at all, Idol. We've plastered over it with our 9.
Fuck it, I'm changing to a 6. Let's see how that... Anyway. So, yes...
You would only be dishonouring yourself.
So this scored the same as the Stranger Worlds pilot, and A Quality of Mercy as well. Scored better than
A similar feeling of hope in that episode.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that, but yeah.
That's another one that's in conversation with this, absolutely. Wow, nice.
Slightly a 0.1 higher than Stigma, slightly higher than Phage, which we rated very highly. Not as good as Best of Both Worlds, 9.3, which we just reviewed, or First Contact, or Way of the Warrior, all 9.3s, or the Ultimate Episode, Peak Performance at 9.4. So, sitting in the upper echelons of good company.
Before we put Idol to bed, I want to give one last shout out to the writers, Richard Manning and Hunk Beam Up, Hans Beimler. Just that lyricism that was my best of. If you gave that scene to any other Starfleet, if Janeway what's the word? Grasped, thank you. Grasped the hand and said, "We're born, we grow, we live, we die, we are like." That would be top 5 for any, if Cisco did that. You can just see how every captain would perform that scene. And if they all do it great in your head, you're like, oh, that's a well-written scene then. It doesn't rely just on Patrick Stewart. So shout out to Manning and Beimler.
And on that note, come and join us again next time. We will be back probably next week. We need to have a look at the schedule. I believe we're probably going to do some Andromeda on Wednesday.
This was our last review of all time.
Yeah, that's it. We're just ending on a high note.
Yeah, they had me back for the finale.
Exactly.
That's what this was all about.
No, we will be back. Keep an eye on the Discord and YouTube channel as well. I'll put a live schedule up when the next episode's going to be up. So at the end of that, thank you all. Thank you everyone in chat for joining us. We'll see you soon. Live long and prosper. And Death Target!
So, this is what we've decided. Lisa gets you Tuesdays and Fridays. I get you Mondays and Thursdays.
We, alternate Wednesdays and weekends.
Hold on, I don't think I'm old enough to hear this kind of thing. Ladies, good day. Romano, good luck. You can return my car in the morning. If you can still drive, I'm taking the bus.